Orders of the day.
Government Bills Commons debate at second reading on Bill C-25, Kalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation Act.
Mr. Valcourt, appuyé par...
Mr. Valcourt, seconded by Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk, moves that Bill C-25, an act respecting the Kalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation Band Order, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Debate. L'honorable ministre des Affaires autochtones.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm happy, in fact, and I welcome this opportunity to rise to speak to this important legislation that will protect the integrity of the enrollment process for membership in the Kalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation. But before I outline some of the issues that arose during the enrollment process and explain this bill's objectives, I'd like to take a few moments to describe a bit of history that led to the creation of the Kalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation and to the development of the bill that we have before us today. As some of you know, when Newfoundland joined Confederation back in 1949, the province faced unique issues related to the application of the Indian Act in the province. At the time, there was no agreement between the province and Canada as to if, how, or when the Indian Act system would be applied. In the absence of such an agreement, the First Nations in Newfoundland were not recognized as Indians under the Indian Act, and in the absence of the Indian Act system, Canada provided ad hoc funding to the province to provide social and health programs for the Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland. But that wasn't this solution sought after by the Mi'kmaq.
Of Newfoundland Indians formed with the mandate to promote the health, the social, cultural, economic, and educational well-being of the Newfoundland Mi'kmaq. And their primary goal was to obtain recognition of the Newfoundland Mi'kmaq eligibility for registration under the Indian Act. And from 1976 to 1981, a variety of studies were carried and discussions took place regarding the application of the Indian Act to the Federation of Newfoundland Indians. And after initial efforts to improve relations between Canada and the majority of the Mi'kmaq communities, did not result in an agreement. In 1989, the Federation launched a federal court action against Canada seeking recognition under the Indian Act. Now, in 2007, the government settled this court action through an agreement in principle for the creation of the Mi'kmaq First Nation as a landless band under the Indian Act, and for its members to be eligible for the same federal programs available to other off-reserve registered Indians. Now, this agreement in principle was ratified in March 2008, Mr. Speaker, by 90% of the eligible members of the FNI who voted and led to the signing of the agreement for the recognition of the Mi'kmaq Band by Canada and the FNI in June 2008. Now, Mr. Speaker, the creation of the Mi'kmaq First Nation was and remains an important step forward for the Mi'kmaq people of Newfoundland. In addition to giving members of the First Nation access to certain federal programs and services, and this is very important, First Nation status provides a strong foundation for Mi'kmaq cultural growth and development. And as Chief Brendan Shepherd said at the official signing ceremony in 2008, and I quote, "Mi'kmaq people are finally able to claim their birthright, and while we must not forget our history, we must look forward to the future and do the best we possibly can to develop the tremendous potential that exists among our people." However, the establishment of the Mi'kmaq First Nation has not been without its challenges. As set out in the 2008 agreement, there was a two-stage enrollment process which ran from December 1st, 2008 to November 30th, 2012. So that enrollment process was over a 4-year period. And the first phase, which ended in on November 30th, 2009, was intended to identify the founding members. And the second phase provided for a 36-month, 3 years, 3-year process to guarantee that all those eligible would have the opportunity to apply and be added to the list of founding members. Now, at the end of the first stage, the First Nation Band Order, the recognition order, was issued by the Governing Council, and that was on September 22nd, 2011, establishing an Indian Act band and identifying its members in a schedule. So you have the recognition order, and attached to this there is a schedule listing who these members were. As a result of the recognition order and 3 subsequent amendments that were made to the schedule, 23,877 individuals were listed as founding members, 23,877. And this number represented all those who had applied prior to November 30th, 2009, the end of the first stage of the enrollment process, and who were determined under the original process to be eligible for founding membership as per the 2008 agreement. Now, and that made sense in light of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the 2006 census revealed that there were approximately 23,450 residents of Newfoundland and Labrador who self-identified as Aboriginal. However, in the second stage, that is the 36 months following the first stage, we saw approximately 70,000 70,000 applications come in. By November 30th, 2012, the date at which that process ended, the deadline for applying, the total number of applications soared to more than 101,000 applicants, with roughly 46,000 of those having been submitted between September 2012 and the end of November 2012. I mean, this in itself is quite telling. I mean, from December 1st, 2008 to the end of August 2012, 46,000 applicants had not yet taken any step in an enrollment process that started 3 years and 5 months before. So at the last minute, about 46,000 people decide that they are Mi'kmaq Indian in Newfoundland, and that they belong to this group. So it was, I mean, you know, you can't just imagine the surprise of the band and everyone when the numbers came in. They were approximately 10 times the amount of initial projection of about 8,700 to 12,000 individuals based on membership data provided by the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, an assessment of historic census data and other estimates. So these figures would have resulted in a single band equivalent to about 11% of all registered Indians in Canada. Almost 70% of the more than 100,000 applicants do not reside in any of the Mi'kmaq communities targeted for recognition in this initiative, but live elsewhere in Canada. Now, this was not at all reflective, Mr. Speaker, of the original intent of the parties as set out in the 2008 agreement, which was that founding membership in the Qalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation would be granted primarily to persons living in or around the 67 Newfoundland Mi'kmaq communities named in the agreement. And while individuals living outside of these communities could also become members, the intent of the parties was that non-residents would be required to have maintained a strong cultural connection with a Newfoundland Mi'kmaq community, including a sustained and active involvement in that community. Now, given these concerns and the fact that there was no time, and this is another important consideration, there was no time to consider the additional applications prior to the end of the enrollment process established by the 2008 agreement, that is November 30th, 2012. So, according to that agreement, if these applications were not processed or reviewed, that ended, so they could not be reviewed. So it was obvious to both Canada and the Federation of Newfoundland Indians that something needed to be done if the integrity of this First Nation was going to be protected. At a minimum, greater clarity about eligibility was required as the process had just become unsustainable. So, the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and the Government of Canada agreed to review the effectiveness of the implementation of the 2008 agreement and look at possible solutions. Now, in July 2013, the President of the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and I announced a supplemental agreement to address shared concerns about the integrity of the enrollment process for membership in the Qalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation. And the 2013 supplemental agreement, which we signed with the Federation protects the integrity of the First Nation by ensuring that only those with a legitimate claim to membership and registration are enrolled. That's all that we care about, to protect the integrity of that First Nation. And at the same time, it provides for a fair process that ensures the fair and equitable treatment of all applicants in a manner that respects, of course, taxpayer dollars. More specifically, it extends the timeline to review applications, ensuring that all applications previously unprocessed will be processed, since they could not be processed under the agreement of 2008. And second, it ensures that all applications received during all phases of the enrollment process will be assessed or reassessed, except those that were rejected. And this guarantees that all applicants, no matter when they applied in the process, will be treated fairly and equitably. Third, this supplemental agreement guarantees that anyone whose application is reviewed would be sent with notification, and that those who have submitted a valid application would be given an opportunity to provide additional documentation in support of their application. Now, this deadline has now passed. In November 2013, all applicants received one of two letters. Okay? I mean, in cases where an application was invalid because it did not meet the basic requirements to be assessed, the letter advised the applicant that his or her application had been denied, simply. The other letter, and about 6,000 people received that letter. Where an application was valid, the letter advised the applicant that he or she can provide additional documentation relating to the criteria of self-identification and group acceptance by January 30th, 2014, which, by the way, we extended to February 10th due to extreme weather conditions in Newfoundland. Fourth, the supplemental agreement clarifies how an application's self-identification as a member of the Mi'kmaq group of Indians of Newfoundland is assessed. And finally, it provides guidance regarding an individual's acceptance by the Mi'kmaq group of Indians of Newfoundland, and this information is particularly relevant to individuals living outside because of the group acceptance requirement back in the agreement of 2008. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore that the supplemental agreement does not change the enrollment criteria set out in Section 4.1 of the 2008 agreement. The criteria remain the same. As per the 2008 agreement, the applications will be assessed by an enrollment committee, which includes 2 representatives from the Government of Canada, 2 representatives from the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, and 1 independent chair. The enrollment committee will conduct a comprehensive assessment or reassessment of all applications that were not previously rejected in accordance with the criteria for membership that were originally negotiated. Now, it is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that this process will take about 2.5 years, and after which individuals will be advised, informed of the results of the assessment or reassessment of their application. Now, it is possible, Mr. Speaker, that some individuals may lose the Indian status as a result of this process. And those individuals would no longer have access to programs and services provided to registered Indians. Now, in order to implement the supplemental agreement and address our shared concern with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians regarding the integrity of the enrollment process, we will need to amend the schedule to the order that created the First Nation. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we need Bill C-25. We are asking Parliament enable the Governing Council to amend the schedule of the order creating the Halabu Mi'kmaq First Nation that lists the names of the founding members. Now, to be clear, I mean, we're not asking to change the order, the recognition order that created the Halabu First Nation. Instead, we are providing the Governing Council the authority to make changes to the schedule to the order which lists the names of the First Nations founding members. In addition, the legislation would prevent individuals from collecting compensation or damages from either the Government of Canada or the First Nation in the event that, at the end of the enrollment process, they are found not to have a legitimate claim to membership and are omitted or removed from the schedule. Now, I want to reassure you that there will be no change in Indian status for existing members during the review process, and while it is underway, individuals currently registered will retain access to programs and services, and if there are some who are deemed or determined not to be members, there will be no clawback at the end of the enrollment process for the benefits they may have received from the date that they were declared members of the band. So I ask all members to think of the integrity of that First Nation and also our responsibility to the taxpayers of Canada, because this is at the heart of all of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires? Is the Honourable Whip rising on a point of order? Or?
No questions and comments.
I have to go to the opposition side first. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a particular bill about dealing with, as the Minister said, a specific aspect of the enrollment process. But in his introduction, he talked about the failure of there to be an agreement to include and apply the Indian Act in Newfoundland at the time of Confederation. In fact, the history of Newfoundland, Aboriginal peoples in Newfoundland since Confederation has been really a history of neglect of the federal government's constitutional responsibility for Aboriginal people in Canada. Access to the services and programs has been denied to Aboriginal people for 2 generations since 1949, and this is an attempt to try and reach some circumstances where the Mi'kmaq of the 65 communities that are listed in the annex have some access to programs. The Minister said it's an agreement without land. First of all, is it that the Mi'kmaq were required to give up a claim for land in order to get what they were entitled to from the Government of Canada? That's a concern that a lot of people wonder about. Why is this a unique situation applied in Newfoundland and Labrador? And secondly, there's 2 aspects of the 100,000 people that the Minister refers to. Many of them have claims based on ancestry, perhaps not the self-identification and acceptance that are claimed in these particular criterion set forth. But what I want to know is, are there claims or potential claims extinguished by this process? And the Clause 4, which is included here, talks about no right to sue for damages. Is that a part of extinguishing any right, or does the Minister have another explanation for that? And thirdly, what about people who may have been, and I'm aware of certain cases, and I know others are, who were, as children, taken away from the families, adopted out of these communities, who did not have an opportunity to self-identify and have an association with the Aboriginal way of life, which is recognized in these treaties? Is the Government of Canada take the view that they have no claim to Aboriginal status and Indian status and will not consider such claims in the future?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, there are many issues that have been raised by the honourable member. First of all, in regard to land, I mean, it was the request and the demand of the Mi'kmaq Nation and First Nation in question that it be a landless band that be created, and there was no claim to any territory along with this. So I think that the prime concern was to be recognized as first as in status Indian under the Indian Act, and the landless band was the method agreed to get there, and that was the agreement in 2008. Now, on the issue of ancestry, I mean, the criteria for membership, okay, into the Qalipu First Nation were agreed to again by agreement. I mean, what we are talking about is the implementation of an agreement or a settlement agreement following an action that had been started by the band, by the federation, as I indicated in my main address to the House this morning. So these criteria have got nothing to do with blood. There's no such requirement or criteria that were agreed to. What was required by criteria is clearly laid out. Question of self-identification, those who are group acceptance, living in those communities, and living the cultural way of life of the Mi'kmaq. So these are the criteria that were agreed to and are being applied. Now, on the question of damages, I mean, it does not take away the right of anybody to go to court, but they cannot claim damages because they were omitted from the list, or that they were on the list and have been removed because they were not determined not to be eligible. And this is to protect simply the taxpayers of Canada. You know, if a person, for example, and I'm going to be quite blunt, if a person obtains status under the previous order, and you take away that status because of the process in place, that person could argue that he's entitled to these benefits for the rest of his life. And if he is not really a genuine and eligible member of that band, according to the criteria agreed to, he ought not to be able to claim damages from anybody, and that's why Section 4 is there. As to adopted children, if ever, you know, kids were taken away from Mi'kmaq, of course, you know, that is a situation that would not prevent that person from applying and being considered a member of that community, as long as those criteria are respected for that person. So I think that answers all of the questions of the honourable member.
We have had a very lengthy exchange on that question and comment one, but the points were lengthy and needed a long response from the Minister. The Honourable Member for Humber, St. Barb, Bayvelt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the House needs to be clear, and the Minister should make clear to the House that this is not enabling legislation for the establishment of the Qalipu ban. It is an add-on piece to cover up the mistakes of the government that they feel that they made. What needs to be clear here, the Minister made a statement that this indemnifies the government. It prevents ineligible, illegitimate applicants from seeking damages. Mr. Speaker, the courts will decide that. It is not the Minister who will decide that. What this legislation does before us today is prevent anyone from getting a reasonable access to the court system to determine whether or not the government is at fault here and has erred over an 8-year process. Let's be very clear to each other here. This is a 4-clause piece of legislation. Clause 1 and 2 are simply pro forma. Clause 3 suggests that it enables the government to make a revision to the Governor and Council, which establishes a schedule of membership to the Halibu Band and registry under the Indian Act. Under the technical briefing we received yesterday from senior officials, we discovered, and as we suspected all along, the government does not need that legislative right to add to the schedule. It needs that reinforcement to delete from the schedule, because there have already been 4 separate additions. Now, Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, because I'd like to actually talk about the bill before us, Clause 4 does not give immunity to anyone other than the government for its own mistakes. It denies. The Halibu Band was formed on one basis and one basis only. The Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland had access to the courts. They filed a court challenge in 1989, and if it wasn't for that, there would be no Halibu Band. Yet the government says,
Order. 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 We have 1 minute left for the minister to respond.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised to hear a Trudeau Liberal not being concerned about taxpayers and the families of Canada who's got to foot the bill all the time. When he says that people are prevented from going to court, I invite them to read the Section 4. It does not prevent anyone from going to court. They can go to court if they want to. They can go seek a declaration about their status and, whatever they want, but they will not be entitled to damages. And the reason is very simple. If you are not an eligible and a rightful member of that First Nation, you ought not to be entitled to damages, to benefits to which you are not entitled. This is simply about protecting the taxpayers and the integrity of that First Nation, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that is all the time we have for questions and comments. The Honourable Whip, Government Whip.
My point of order is we've had 2 questions from the opposition, no opportunity for a question from this side. The minister gave lengthy answers, but I think that was an abusive process to allow a lengthy series of questions from the official opposition and a rant from the Liberal member and nothing from the government side.
That's not a point of order. It's actually an appeal of my decision to continue with the debate, and that's not allowed under the rules of procedures of this House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable
Resuming debate.
Johns East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the members of the opposition will have plenty of time to debate this legislation, provided the government calls it again. But it's my understanding that there seems to be some interest in having this passed very quickly without necessary debate. As can be seen by the question so far, there is considerable interest in this and debate by the minister so far, considerable interest in this question in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And while there might be, Mr. Speaker, given the history of Aboriginal matters in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, which the minister himself alluded to and I alluded to in my question and comment intervention, the reality is that Newfoundland's history with Aboriginal people as a part of Canada's history and before is one that is subject to a great deal of historical debate and controversy, but since Confederation has been under the legal regime of the Constitution of Canada and the responsibility of the Government of Canada in terms of its fiduciary role with respect to Aboriginal peoples and its constitutional responsibilities under Section 92 of the Constitution Act. The problem has been, Mr. Speaker, that Aboriginal people in Newfoundland and Labrador did not get access to the same programs, services, funding that was made available to other Aboriginals in Canada, and that has been a source of a significant conflict and significant neglect, and historically speaking, a lot has been lost along the way in terms of the advancement and the benefits to Aboriginal people in Newfoundland and Labrador. When one looks at a chronology, even produced by the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, there's a big, huge gaps between mentioning 1949 as the time of Confederation and the next entry sometime in the 70s when the first consideration talks about the Innu Nation, the variety of studies and discussions regarding the application of the Indian Act to the Innu in Labrador. Some 25 years later, the Mi'kmaq of Conn River were initially agreed to by the Government of Canada to develop an application and the recognition of the Conn River First Nation in 1984, 34 years after Confederation. So we've had a long period of neglect. In fact, during the negotiations of Confederation, and I took an interest in this back in 1987 when I was first a member of Parliament and had a paper commissioned looking into the terms of union. The resulting paper is called Penciled Out. And that's because during the terms of union negotiations between the Government of Canada and the representatives of Newfoundland and Labrador, there were a series of draft agreements which included, up until 2 or 3 versions in, provision for Indians that they were then known universally in Newfoundland and Labrador. But at later stages of negotiations, that was all removed. And it was removed for various reasons that have been given historically. One suggestion was that they would lose the right to vote if they became recognized under the Indian Act. There were other reasons given for that historically, but the fact of the matter is that they were excluded from the benefits and provisions of services, including non-medical, Medicare benefits that were available everywhere else in Canada, special health benefits, drug programs, important access to education and other programs that were available throughout Canada to everyone who qualified as status Indians. So this agreement, this Halapu First Nations ban, is an attempt by the Mi'kmaq to retrieve or to achieve something of what they should have been entitled to going back to 1949. It's imperfect. It's imperfect because it deals with individuals who are still a part of the communities that traditionally had Mi'kmaq populations. The 65, the Minister says 67, I count 65 in the schedule unless it's been amended, that people are still associated with will have rights under this band. They have an enrollment process which has been, as is widely known, resulted in people recognizing that finally at long last, there's an opportunity for the Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland and Labrador to be recognized generally for their status within Canada as Aboriginal people. Now, this bill itself, and I think the Minister is quite correct, it's not about the whole big picture. It's not about the enrollment rules as such. It's not about the qualifications. Those agreements were made by the Federation of Newfoundland Indians on behalf of the various communities and memberships in the various bands throughout Newfoundland that were associated with the Mi'kmaq people and the communities in which they resided. It was ratified by the people who participated in the vote by some 90%, which is a fair indication that with respect to the communities that have been identified here, that there's a wide degree of acceptance by them as to what they hope to achieve by the creation of the Halapu Mi'kmaq First Nation band. So that part is the historical agreement that was made ultimately in 2008 with the modifications in 2013. But what we're talking about here is what is the effect? What is the effect of this legislation? What is it going to be on this process? And what is it going to be with respect to those who may be excluded by this process? So we have some concerns about how this is being interpreted. The minister made a comment that that it's not. People will still have access to the court; they just can't get damages. The member from Humber St. Barbe Vert has a more assertive understanding of what this is and denying people access to the courts. I think that's something that needs to be fully explored as this legislation proceeds, and certainly we would expect that significant and proper and appropriate legal representation and expertise ought to be applied to this legislation to see whether, in fact, it does anything more than prevent someone from getting retroactive damages for not being recognized then as opposed to now, or whether it, in fact, is extinguishing any right or preventing someone from having access to the courts. As the minister's speech indicated, that the access to the court would be retained for the purpose of a declaration that someone should be included in the Halapu First Nation band, should be covered by the agreements, should have access to the benefits. If that's indeed the case, then we would certainly want to have expert opinion on that from people with knowledge of the law and with knowledge of how agreements like this and how other similar types of legislation, how they treat that. Is there some special rules being created here to prevent individuals who may be wrongfully excluded from the band, who get a proper adjudication from the court, from getting the redress that they need? That's something that I would certainly want to have clarification of. The issue of enrollment itself, I think this legislation doesn't change the criteria for enrollment. I think the application of them and the documentation necessary, the process that is to be undertaken to do that seems to have been obviously a misjudgment. The people who negotiated this agreement, and I would say on both sides, the Federation of Newfoundland Indians is represented by their leadership, including Chief Brendan Shepherd. They set up a procedure that they thought would be fair and equitable, and they thought would be adequate to be able to assess and deal with the applications. Clearly, it wasn't. I don't think anybody anticipated that the numbers of people who were applied were going to be in the tens of thousands of people, more than 3 or 4 times more than what was anticipated. And clearly, the timelines and the procedure, the committees that were set up, the time that was given in the agreement for processing applications, for making decisions, for issuing these was totally and woefully inadequate, to the point that people were going to be denied the ability to participate in the Halapu First Nation, Mi'kmaq First Nation band, because someone couldn't process their application in the time that was set out in the agreement and all of the legislation. So clearly something had to be done to modify the enrollment process and the assessment of that. The new regime, as it were, as the minister pointed out, with 2 members of the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, 2 representatives of the Government of Canada, and an independent third party, is a process that's been agreed upon. They have timelines that I haven't heard any complaints about the adequacy of the time that people have had to apply, although there are still people, I understand, who are learning about this process for one reason or another and still feel that they haven't had an opportunity to be considered. Now, some might say that's because they haven't self-identified as a Mi'kmaq Indian, and they haven't participated and been accepted by these groups as a member. And I think that's something I think we should all give some consideration to, that this is, as the minister said, is not totally, he said it's not about ancestry, but it is about ancestry. But one of the criteria required, among other requirements, is that an individual self-identify as a member of the Mi'kmaq group of Indians of Newfoundland and be accepted as a member of the Mi'kmaq group of Indians of Newfoundland. So this is perhaps and I don't know if this is the right word, a subset. This is an agreement in relation to a subset of people who are Aboriginal in Aboriginal Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland and Labrador. This subset are people who continue to self-identify as Mi'kmaq, as the Mi'kmaq group of Indians, and accepted by them. And that implies an association with an existing group as opposed to someone who has left. I think it would be grossly unfair and arbitrary and unjust for people who I referred to, such as those who may have been removed from their homes for reasons of one reason or another. It could have been stereotyped reasons of government officials. It could have been the practices of child welfare organizations. It could have been legitimate reasons for child protection that removed a child from a particular home or circumstance or situation that ended up in that individual being raised elsewhere without knowledge of their ancestry and their identity as an Aboriginal. That's something that they may have learned many years later as an adult. It would be grossly unfair for them not to be considered as having an opportunity to identify with their ancestry, their history, their culture, their true identity as an Aboriginal person. So I don't see any real provision for that here. I think that that's something that needs to be addressed and redressed. There are significant problems with that from a moral and legal and entitlement point of view, and I think it does need to be addressed. The Minister made some comments which I find encouraging, although I don't see them in the legislation, I don't see them in any of the agreements here, that I think his comments will be taken up by individuals who are concerned about the fact that they have been potentially left out for the future in this with the Mi'kmaq group of Indians as under the Halapu First Nations band. Regardless, I think, of whatever the criterion are, there has to be a process. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. If you lay down the criteria, someone's got to decide whether you are in that criteria or whether you are not. Yes, I could agree that it's the failure of the Government of Canada to ensure that there's a process that's available that's going to work, but I think it's also fair to say that neither the Federation of Newfoundland Indians nor the Government of Canada anticipated the kind of numbers that ended up wishing to be considered as members of the Halapu First Nations band. And I think, I'm not going to denigrate their desire, which the Minister seemed to do by suggesting that they showed up at the last minute claiming to be of Aboriginal ancestry. If you're given the history of Newfoundland and Labrador, the history of neglect by the federal government of its responsibilities from the time of Confederation on, it's not surprising that people who the government wanted to assimilate, wanted to ignore, refused and failed to provide the services that were being given everywhere across the country. Yeah. The non-insured health services, for example, the Innu of Labrador and the Inuit of Labrador denied access to non-insured health benefits that every status Indian in Canada had access to from as long as they existed, as long as they were recognized, but not the Aboriginals of Newfoundland and Labrador. It's a shameful history, Mr. Speaker. It's a shameful history. In fact, I brought attention to that when I was first a member of Parliament in 1987, because I knew of the history of negotiations about Confederation. I mean, I remember the Premier of Newfoundland, Joseph Smallwood, saying we didn't have any Indians in Newfoundland and Labrador. We didn't have any. Well, they didn't have any on paper because they refused to recognize their existence. Right. And yet here we have the Innu of Labrador, the Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland, and now 100,000 people saying that we are of Aboriginal ancestry and we are proud of that and we want to have that recognized. Now, I'm not saying every single one of them meets whatever criteria are laid out. Clearly, they probably don't. But there has to be a process. It has to be fair. It has to be equitable, and it has to come to a conclusion. And I think, to be fair as well, there is a process. There's also a process of appeal, so that if you are denied that you meet the criteria, you do have a right of appeal. There is a time for appeal, and this process will go on for some longer period of time before final decisions are made. So in the face of this legislation here, we want to know what it's all about. You know, what is it necessary to have this legislation to achieve the creation of this band? Yes, it's controversial, as I mentioned in my remarks to the minister. What is it? What is it with this landless band? You know, what is it with this landless band? We've got 65 communities in which are identified as being Mi'kmaq communities in Newfoundland and Labrador, and they're going to have access to some services and programs. But what about a land base or resource on which they lived for hundreds of years? There's no role for that. That's something that I suspect was perhaps the only way that they believed that they could achieve any recognition by the Government of Canada of their rights. You know, land claims negotiations in Canada is glacial. Glacial. They keep hoping that that will go away. You know, the government seems to keep hoping that the Aboriginal people and their claims will go away. I haven't read the book, Mr. Speaker, but I saw something even very recently, a quotation from Thomas King's book, The Inconvenient Indian. The Inconvenient Indian. He's come to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that the whole history of Aboriginal rights in North America is about one thing. Land. It's about land. Land that he calls the white man wanted, and that's the major thrust of any policy towards Aboriginals in Canada is about land. In North America, he says, about land. And so here we have a landless band. That says something about what was trying to be achieved here, certainly by the Government of Canada. The Minister says it was the choice of the Mi'kmaq. I doubt very much if the Mi'kmaq said, well, we don't really want any land. We don't need a land base for hunting and fishing and forestry and looking after our families and living on they lived on the land. They lived in these communities as Aboriginal people for centuries. For centuries.
Yeah, they're stewards.
And they were stewards of that land. I see, Mr. Speaker, thank you for reminding me, I have 1 minute left. So, but I'll use that minute to say there are a lot of complexities. There's a lot of negative history associated with this whole process. And I don't think, we don't want to see it repeated in a process if it's not fair, if it takes away rights, if it denies people access to the courts to establish those rights, then we have a significant problem with that. We want to ensure that when this bill is studied, that it gets full consideration by expertise to ensure that nothing is being done here that's going to damage the future possibilities for the Aboriginal people of Newfoundland and Labrador, particularly the Mi'kmaq. But we do want to see the Halapu band get the recognition and the services and programs and future that it deserves.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Sorry. Yes, I know she is. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hills. She was standing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I haven't been here long enough for my writing to be brought to your attention. Only 20 years. Mr. Speaker, I was a little puzzled by this member's assertion that somehow this legislation was not properly tied to the negotiated agreements of 2008 and 2013 with the Halabu Mi'kmaq. And, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that this legislation, which calls for a fair and equitable enrollment process, is important protection on the part of the Parliament of Canada by passing this legislation for the members of this First Nation. And I wonder, I'm just puzzled about why he wouldn't want this protection for members of the Halabu Mi'kmaq.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member problem for Calgary Nose Hill for her interest in the future of the Qalipu First Nation, Mi'kmaq First Nation. And of course, my comments, if she was listening carefully, would have underscored the fact that what we want to ensure is that there is a fair and equitable process, and that would be the purpose of committee hearings, listening to witnesses, listening to experts, to ensure that not only the process itself is fair, but those who may be not included in this process don't have their rights extinguished as Aboriginal people, because this doesn't include, clearly, is a subset, as I pointed out, of all those who have a reasonable and rightful claim to Aboriginal ancestry as Mi'kmaq in Newfoundland and Labrador.
It's time for statements by members. The member for St. John's East will have 8 minutes remaining in the question and answer period when we return to this bill. L'honorable député de Richmond-Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the world of country music just lost one of its great artists, George Hamel, the gentleman of country. He had just launched his 44th album. George Hamel started his career 40 years ago as part of a Western trio in Victoriaville. He became, following that, one of the most popular country music artists in Quebec and North America, with more than 2 million records sold, 4 Felix Awards, and a medal from the Assemblée Nationale in Quebec City. Premier Pauline Marois paid tribute to him, saying that he paved the way for the new generation. This artist has left to be a rich heritage. Monsieur et Madame Tout le Monde, Guitare chante avec moi, Une fleur pour vous, some of the songs that hit the top of the charts as soon as they came out. On behalf of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, and I offer our sincerest condolences to his spouse, 2 children, and all the members of his family and his fans.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, it's always an honour for me to rise in this House of Commons to pay tribute to some of the exceptional people from my riding of Durham. We had 2 proud athletes in the Sochi Olympic Games, and I'd like to highlight their achievements. Newcastle's Tara Watchorn played defence on our gold medal-winning women's hockey team. Growing up in Newcastle and playing in Durham, she got a scholarship to Boston University before making her first team with Canada. Her parents, Bob and Jackie, were on hand in Sochi with their lucky loonies to watch their daughter win. And tomorrow, March 1st, between 11 and 2 at the Newcastle Town Hall, we can praise her achievement and see her gold medal up close. And as well, Mr. Speaker, Matt Morrison from Burkton in my riding appeared in his 2nd Olympic Games. He grew up skiing at the Brimacombe Ski Resort and has done our area proud in 2 Olympic Games now as a proud member of men's snowboard team. Mr. Speaker, these exceptional people have not only inspired our community, but they will push our next generation to achieve, and I celebrate that.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Every day in my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, people are standing up like never before to defend the Canada they love. They're calling, writing, tweeting, marching, and doing anything and everything to make their voices heard. I've hosted 2 town halls in the past month, and both have set records for attendance. See, people in my riding are upset. They're standing up for veterans, for Canada Post, and for Via Rail. They're standing up for science, for the environment, and for democracy. Mr. Speaker, the government may define their own election laws, but they can't defy the laws of physics. They will see that their attempts to divide Canadians will unify us. Their attempts to suppress the vote will drive people to the polls, and their attempts to keep us quiet will only make our voices louder than ever. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to share that Kamloops will be hosting the country's best curlers over the next week for the 2014 Tim Hortons Brier. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the tournament that will determine who goes on to represent Canada at the 2014 Men's Curling Championship in Beijing. Mr. Speaker, we will be playing there, of course, to double up on our recent gold medal sweep in Sochi. This will be the 2nd Brier held in Kamloops, and this time we will be cheering on our Team BC extra loudly, especially for our hometown boy, Jim Cotter, in his 4th Brier, who just missed representing Canada at the Olympics after his team came a close second to Brad Jacobs at the Roar of the Rings. This year's tournament owes a lot to all of our local organizers, volunteers, and sponsors, and we look forward to showing the curlers and their fans the best that Kamloops has to offer. Mr. Speaker, we are known as Canada's tournament capital. Welcome all to Kamloops, and go Team BC.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this week I delivered the keynote address at the Geneva Summit for Human Rights and Democracy, a moving and inspiring gathering of dissidents and former political prisoners who shared witness testimony of human rights violations in countries including North Korea, Syria, Russia, Eritrea, Iran, and China. These heroes of humanity, the gold medalists, if you will, of moral courage, personified the larger struggle for human rights in our time, transforming human history through their involvement in that history. It is our responsibility to break the silence, briser la silence, surrounding political, to advocate on their behalf, to let them know that they are not alone and that the violators of their rights will be held to account. I also spoke at the Kwibuka 20, the official launch of the 20th anniversary of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis, on behalf of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Prevention of Genocide and Crimes Against Humanity. As part of Kwibuka, survivors bore witness and spoke movingly of the unspeakable horrors of the Rwandan genocide, unspeakable because it was preventable, while the international community dithered, Rwandans died.
Mr. Speaker, we remember the past and its lessons.
All members of this place will join me as we unite to remember and bear witness to combat indifference and inaction, atrocity and impunity as we seek to pursue justice, human rights for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is also my honour to congratulate our Canadian Olympic team on their incredible success at the 2014 Winter Olympic Games in Sochi, Russia. Canadians from coast to coast have witnessed excellence and are truly inspired by the performance of all our great athletes. This is a result of years of hard work, skill and dedication, qualities of which we all aspire to and to admire. Winning 10 gold, 10 silver, 5 bronze medals, Canada has proven to be a world power on the World Olympic stage, and the Canadian Olympic team has captured the spirit and joy of all Canadians. The sense of pride that we all feel as a nation is incredibly monumental. I am especially proud of the 7 Torontonian athletes who all competed with passion and professionalism. The diversity of our Canadian Olympians is truly inspirational. In 2018, we'll look forward to sending our Canadian athletes to the next Winter Games in Pyeongchang, South Korea. This will be the 3rd time in Olympic history where the Winter Games will be held in Asia. Once again, congratulations, Team Canada.
L'honorable député de Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, there was another train derailment, this time in Montreal, very close to Holmes. This disaster reminds us of the many others since the Lake Megantic tragedy. Following 2 days of consultations with my constituents, I feel a great deal of concern and there's a lack of understanding with respect to the freight trains that currently go through my riding on a daily basis. Saint-Bruno is the busiest track in Canada. Thousands of cars carrying dangerous goods travel through very close to homes. The report of the Auditor General recommended to the department that it ensure the number of skilled inspectors to monitor railway companies and their safety management systems be sufficient. Despite this alarming fact, there is nothing in Budget 2014 to improve railway safety. The government must take urgent action to prevent disasters like the one that occurred in Lake Megantic.
The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, last week the leader of the official opposition visited my riding of beautiful Okanagan-Coquihalla. Wow. While in the riding, the leader of the opposition visited Structurland Products in Okanagan Falls. Structurland is an exciting and innovative success story as the producer of value-added wood products, one that uses a new technology called cross-lam construction. The leader of the opposition was quoted as saying, "This factory is a great example of something that is succeeding, and that's great to see." And I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. Structural land products and cross-land construction were supported in our government's Economic Action Plan under the Investments in Forest Industry Transformation Program. Mr. Speaker, now that the Leader of the Opposition has witnessed firsthand that our Economic Action Plan is succeeding, and that's great to see, I hope that members opposite will join our government in supporting the Economic Action Plan with Budget 2014 so we can continue creating more good jobs here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, in the speech from the throne, our government committed to consult with Canadian parents to improve the way nutritional information is presented on food labels.
Right on.
I've been thrilled to work with our Minister of Health as she's asked me to spearhead consultations with families across the country to ensure labels provide the best information for moms and dads. I was pleased this week to see the First Lady of the United States announce new ways that they plan to present the information. It's encouraging to see these efforts towards healthy eating and healthy living, not only here in Canada but internationally. In the coming months, I look forward to continuing these face-to-face consultations with Canadian families to gather the information about what food labeling changes are needed to make healthier and more informed choices. Our government is going to make sure that Canadians receive the information they need to make the most healthy choices for their families.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure and honour to represent many public service workers. These men and women provide important services for Canadians. They help immigrants settle in Canada, and they support our veterans and seniors. They make sure that pensions, employment insurance, and tax refunds are delivered on time. They keep our food safe, and they help grow Canadian businesses. They deserve our respect, not false conservative claims about wages and sick leave. And Canadians deserve a strong public service, not more conservative cuts. The Conservatives say frontline services won't be affected by their cuts, but anyone who actually relies on these services knows it's not true. Yet more and more of my constituents are coming to me and my staff seeking help that they can't get from underfunded and overworked government offices. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. It's time for the government to start respecting and supporting our public service.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with regret that I advise the South that two nights ago, the cenotaph located in Richmond, British Columbia was vandalized. Vandalizing a memorial for fallen soldiers is simply shameful. These are the men and women who sacrificed their lives to protect our country. Mr. Speaker, this is why I support my colleague's private member's bill to bring criminal penalties instead of a simple slap on the wrist to people who denigrate our veterans' monuments. I call on those who are responsible to come forward, and if anyone has any information about this crime, to contact police immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Laurier.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, on February 14th, I attended a very moving ceremony of Artists for Peace on their 30th anniversary. The Artists for Peace award went to Serge Lavoie, also known as a guitarist, who was assaulted in 2012 during a brutal police crackdown, an experience that didn't change anything except perhaps increase his commitment to peace. Tributes were also handed out to Fabienne Larouche, to visual artist Dominique Blanc, and posthumously to Arthur Lamotte, a filmmaker. These are all great artists whose humanity inspires us. Mr. Speaker, these awards show that everyone can commit to peace in their respective fields. The commitment of each and all is essential to our democracy, which is currently under siege. Congratulations to everyone who's doing their part for peace and social justice.
For Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Papineau once again yesterday demonstrated that he's in way over his head. Speaking about our government's historic investments in infrastructure, he alleged that our government had in fact cut, wait for it, thousands of billions of dollars, or as one might want to say, trillions of dollars. Well, Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure plan is very generous, the most generous in Canadian history. We are investing $70 billion in infrastructure over the next 10 years. This compares very favorably to the former Liberal government that starved provinces and invested only a fraction of what we've invested in provincial and municipal infrastructure. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, in the world of the member for Papineau, where budgets balance themselves, investing thousands of billions sounds realistic. But in the real world, Mr. Speaker, the member for Papineau is clearly in way over his head.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great sadness that Acadie and Canada learned of the death of Angèle Arsenault on February 27th. An ambassador for Acadie, her music went beyond the borders. She always remembered her roots that served as a source of inspiration to write fabulous songs like Grand Pré and Il y a une étoile pour vous. She was born on the island and contributed to the development, the cultural development of the Acadian community in Prince Edward Island. There aren't as many people who have had as much of an impact in the Acadian Peninsula as she has. She enabled French-speaking Canada to better familiarize itself with the Acadian culture and music. I join all colleagues in this House in offering condolences to her family and to saying adieu to a great artist who was and always will be Angèle Arsenault.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to participate in the unveiling of a tidal turbine on Wednesday that stands in the Technology Park of the Canada Science and Technology Museum. It was developed as part of a project led by Clean Current, funded by Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Based on this project, Clean Current was able to incorporate further developments into its turbine technology. This is significant, Mr. Speaker. It helps Canada secure its place at the forefront of efforts to develop sustainable energy. This 65-kilowatt turbine was Canada's first free-stream tidal power project, and it generated 1,495 kilowatt-hours of electricity, replacing diesel-generated electricity. This is an innovative project, and our government is proud to support efforts to harness the power of the ocean and support Canadian clean technologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Conservative government tabled domain estimates. Once again, it is, you know they'd applaud because it's one reckless cut after another and another and another. The Auditor General's budget is being slashed by $6.6 million. The Canada Revenue Agency is losing more than $175 million. And then there's the Canada Food Inspection Agency losing another $69 million. These agencies keep our food safe, go after tax cheats, and provide accountability for government spending. But they are falling under the indiscriminate acts of the Conservative government. But, Mr. Speaker, not everyone is getting cut. While food safety, tax inspectors, and accountability face cuts, the organization tasked with electronic eavesdropping, the one we recently learned was spying on Canadians, their budget is almost doubling to $829 million. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that will respect their privacy and invest in programs that help them. Canadians deserve an NDP government.
The Honourable Member for Order. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the next federal election is over a year away. The NDP is already waving the white flag, pleading to join a Liberal-led coalition. Canadians know what a Liberal-led NDP high-tax coalition would mean. A soft-on-crime agenda, repealing mandatory prison sentences for violent offenders, a reckless plan to legalize marijuana, making it easier for children to smoke, massive spending increases of, as the Liberal leader put it, thousands of billions of dollars, otherwise known as trillions, and of course the coalition would have budgets that balance themselves. Perhaps this is why the Liberal leader should not claim to be a math teacher, Mr. Speaker. When will the anti-trade leader of the official opposition stop passing the pipe in an effort to close a deal with the pro-drug trade, high on smiles, low on substance leader of the third party? Canadians are looking for the opposition to do their job, not toke the flames of an unwanted coalition fire.
Question orale. Oral
questions. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we heard this morning that Russian troops are occupying the two main airports in Crimea. Ukrainian border guards have indicated that 30 Russian military personnel had circled a Ukrainian Coast Guard base in Sevastopol. Can the government inform the House of any information it has right now regarding the situation in Crimea?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we've said before, Canada fully supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Any outside involvement in Ukraine's democratic aspirations would be a dangerous development. All countries should be working together in the pursuit of unity, freedom, and democracy.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Former President Yanukovych has fled the country. There are reports of Russian troops occupying airports in Crimea. And Ukraine says a Coast Guard base in Sevastopol has been surrounded by Russian Marines. Can the Minister update this House on the situation and tell us what it has communicated to the Russian government regarding this very troubling situation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is going to continue to work with our allies and like-minded countries to build a coordinated path forward. And I'd just like to talk about some of the leadership that we have provided. The Prime Minister's decision to send a Canadian delegation to Ukraine is another example of Canada's leadership on the issue. This delegation is on the ground. It's listening and making clear that Canada wants to play a part in helping the Ukrainian people build their future.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And despite many attempts to obtain answers, Canadians still don't know why the Conservatives refuse to consult them on the Elections Act. Committees constantly travel across the country to consult Canadians. The Conservatives want to waste $600,000 for other committees who travel, but not for this bill. This time, the government doesn't want to listen to reason. Why exactly does the minister refuse to consult and respect Canadians?
Democratic reform.
We have already consulted and we will continue to do so. The Fair Elections Act will mean that political power remains in the hands of Canadians. The men and women on the street, by blocking the power of special interest groups and by preventing violations of the legislation. It gives more power to the commissioner who investigates in order to guarantee that the law is complied with. And, Mr. Speaker, it will make it easier for Canadians to vote.
Mr. Speaker, a simple question, a reasonable and democratic proposal to consult with Canadians, yet this minister thinks only Ottawa Conservatives have a right to be heard. Conservatives are willing to spend more than $600,000 on travel for other committees, and they didn't think any of that was an expensive circus. So why now? Why this bill? Why refuse to allow open and public consultations on such a critical piece of legislation that is the foundation of our democratic principles? Is the government really that scared of hearing what Canadians think of their Unfair Election Act?
Minister of State, Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, if the member wants people to provide input to the Fair Elections Act, then he should simply put together a list of witnesses that he wants to have testify on that very act. And, of course, the committee in question will take into consideration their ideas and consider the amendments that those witnesses bring forward. But the NDP declared its opposition to the Fair Elections Act before even reading a single word. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian people understand the Fair Elections Act will keep everyday Canadians in charge of democracy by putting special interest groups on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business.
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Historically, changing the laws that govern our elections has always been a nonpartisan exercise, but not for these Ottawa Conservatives. Canadians from all walks of life and in every region of the country need to be able to tell their government how our democracy will run, not the other way around. MPs travel and consult on new legislation all the time. But what are the Conservatives afraid to hear about with regards to their Unfair Elections Act? Why won't the minister step out of his Ottawa bubble for just 1 minute, respect Canadians, consult with them, allow the committee to travel?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the member talks about partisanship. That's why I regret so much that his party has taken such a partisan approach to this bill. They announced before they even read the bill that they were opposed to it simply because it came from a different party. That's not the kind of leadership Canadians expect. He should have read the bill, studied its contents. He should be supporting a new ban on impersonators. He should support the new voter contact registry that will allow us to track robocalls and mass calling. He should support tougher penalties for voter deception. All of these things are right in the Fair Elections Act, if only he'd read it.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance agreed that income splitting was poor economic policy. This week, with the Minister of Finance abroad, the Prime Minister backpedaled and decided that he does want to install this bad economic policy. Is the Minister of Finance still listened to by this government, or has he become nothing more than a figurehead?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the only income splitting the opposition understands is splitting the hard-earned income of Canadians from their pockets. Once we balance the budget, we will look at all ways of reducing the tax burden on Canadian families. In fact, since taking office in 2006, we have reduced over 160 different taxes, resulting in a savings for the average Canadian family of over $3,400 in 2014 alone. We are the only party reducing taxes on Canadian families. The Liberals and the NDP would both raise taxes to pay for their reckless spending schemes.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, this party cut taxes and it had 8 consecutive surplus budgets. Income splitting was a Conservative signature tax policy in the last election, but it wasn't even mentioned in the speech from the throne, the blueprint for this session. So the Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance were clearly on the same page last October. They must have agreed, to paraphrase the Finance Minister, that income splitting was not that beneficial to society. What convinced the Prime Minister to flip-flop yet again and throw his Minister of Finance under the bus?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberal leader who thinks that budgets balance themselves, we are working hard to balance the budget for Canadians. Once we balance the budget, our government is committed to greater tax relief for all Canadian families. Only Conservatives can be trusted to lower taxes for families. We introduced pension income splitting for seniors, which the opposition voted against. As a result of our low tax plan, the average Canadian family now pays nearly $3,400 less every year.
Wow. Honourable Député de Beauséjour.
Honourable member for Beauséjour.
Groups that help people learn to read, write, and get their GEDs are being punished by this Conservative government. The Dartmouth Learning Network, the Adult Learning Association of Cape Breton, Metro Works Halifax, Skills Up, and other groups that help disadvantaged people are facing massive cuts. The Minister of Employment is telling provinces to find the money elsewhere, which the Minister of Finance says they can find by raising taxes. Will the government tell Terry Wilson, Fred Spencer, or Pam Leary why the Conservatives are asking them to fend for themselves?
The Honourable Minister of State.
I want to thank that member for that question. The federal government has significantly reduced and restructured its proposal based on provincial feedback. And today, I'm so excited, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment has announced that an agreement on the Canada Job Grant has been reached. Training should lead to guaranteed jobs, not just training for the sake of training. Training should involve the employers. We're very proud of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
When the Conservatives promised a new elections law, it was meant to empower Elections Canada to fight the frauds we saw during the 2011 election. Instead, the Conservatives are using the Act to muzzle Elections Canada and make it harder for thousands of Canadians to make their voices heard. This law, Mr. Speaker, forms the cornerstone of our democratic process. It deserves better than a partisan rewriting. Will the Conservatives admit the bill is flawed It needs to be changed.
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, according to the former Chief Electoral Officer, the bill is an A-. And the committee, of which all parties have some membership, could work together to make it into an A+. As to the issue of the investigator, he's the watchdog, and the Fair Elections Act will give him sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. That's what Canadians have asked for. That's what the Fair Elections Act provides.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellon. Experts of all stripes have underscored major problems with the powers given to the Chief Electoral Officer, the powers of Elections Canada to investigate, and vouching. Does the minister believe that the best reform is that is designed in his ivory tower in Ottawa? When will he leave his bubble and go out there and find out what thousands of Canadians who signed petitions have to say about this reform? Mr. Speaker, one of the reforms in the Fair Elections Act is registering automated calls or calls to a large number of voters. That will allow authorities to monitor calls and have investigators get evidence in the case of any allegations. All this will be on a list. Those who make these calls will have to keep the wording of the calls on a sheet for 1 year. It will also allow investigators to know exactly what happened. The Honourable Member for Alfred Bellon. Changing the Elections Act is moving the goalposts of our democracy. It has to do in a nonpartisan and transparent way so that Canadians can continue to trust our electoral system. Unfortunately, the Conservatives think that the goalposts have to be set behind closed doors without consulting Canadians or the Chief Electoral Officer. Why does the minister refuse to come out of the Ottawa bubble before moving the goalposts? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the New Democrats have taken a very partisan approach to this bill. They announced their opposition to it before they even read a single word of the Fair Elections Act bill. If they had read it, they would have known that the bill gives more power to investigators, more severe penalties for those who break the law. We eliminate illegal financing methods that the Liberals and NDP have used in the past. It's a good bill, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the report on budget expenses follows, as anticipated, the draconian measures the government has taken to cut services to Canadians. But I was surprised to see where the budget was in fact increased. The Communications Security Establishment, that is the Department of Wiretapping, had its budget almost doubled, Mr. Speaker. Why are the Conservatives wasting $400,000 for wiretapping when they've cut essential services for Canadians?
The Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, that's anything but waste. In actual fact, our government is committed to protecting Canadians from the threat of terrorism and cyber attacks, and the safety of Canadians is a primary concern of our government, Mr. Speaker. It may not be theirs. And in so doing, agencies are following the rules and acting within the law. That party, Mr. Speaker, should support those efforts and get on side with other Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. After having eliminated the long-form census, after an innumerable number of cutbacks, the Conservatives decide once again to attack Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker. This time, they're cutting $15.6 million over 10 years, saying they're going to try to find alternative sources of data other than the census. Why this attack on Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker? Why do the Conservatives want to prevent Canadians from knowing what's going on in their own country?
The Honourable Minister. Continue à chercher à
we continue to try to improve the quality of data while protecting the privacy of Canadians and minimizing red tape and costs to taxpayers. That includes using administrative data that we already collect. All departments, including Statistics Canada, have to do their share to balance the budget in 2015.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, year after year, the Conservatives have been sacking essential services. Tax havens represent a major challenge for Canada. By ignoring the problem, it will be even more difficult to fund our social programs. Despite all this, the Conservatives are cutting back $175 million from the budget of Canada Revenue Agency that combats tax avoidance and evasion. Why are the Conservatives giving up on the whole tax haven file?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that taxpayers' money is spent where it will do the most good, and we are working to make sure that the government's programs are efficient, effective, and are achieving the expected results for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
When we asked for the Senate Ethics Officer to appear before a committee on estimates, Conservatives blocked any attempt to hear from her. And now Conservatives are boosting our budget by $300,000. With all the scandals surrounding this unaccountable, unelected, and very expensive Senate, I'm sure the Senate Ethics Officer must be very busy.
No kidding.
But will the Conservatives agree to ensure that she testifies at committee to justify this increase in her budget?
Very good. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think everyone understands that agents of Parliament that are independent do their own financing, their own budget references. In fact, we're quite pleased that many of them have actually reduced their spending in line with what our government wants to see, and that is a balancing of our budget in 2015. We're working hard to do it, and we appreciate the efforts of others to do the same. And we also recognize that we need to see savings made over in the Senate as well, and we look forward to finding ways in which to do that.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday's estimates hit the Canadian Food Inspection Agency extremely hard. They show a cut of $68 million in the agency's upcoming budget. Now, the most recent budget from the Finance Minister said, well, we're adding more inspectors. But given the fact that they're cutting $68 million out of this budget, can the government tell us how they intend to make sure that they get more when they're actually taking $68 million away?
Very good question. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Canada has one of the safest and healthiest food systems in the world. And yes, Economic Action Plan 2014 commits $400 million in spending to hire additional food inspectors. That's in addition to the $500 million we've already additionally invested.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, their actual numbers that they've actually come up with is if they take 900 inspectors out, add 200 in, and somehow that becomes more. I think the arithmetic is a little bit skewed. But even the Auditor General's budget is going to be cut, Mr. Speaker, by $6.5 million. So not only do we have numbers that are supposed to be more when they're really less, we take money away from the Auditor General, who's supposed to go and see that they actually do the things they said they would do inside their budgets. Can the Treasury Board President tell us if indeed he sat down with the Auditor General and what kind of impact is going to happen when budgets are audited in the future, when we're going to actually see less of them actually audited?
Very good. Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind the honourable member that these are the estimates. What follows the estimates are supplementary estimates. Supplementary estimates A, supplementary estimates B, and sub C, Mr. Speaker. And then we have the public accounts, which actually do track for every member of Parliament how much we're spending. Why doesn't the honourable member wait for the public accounts?
Order. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, the death of Loretta Saunders has devastated her home community in Labrador and the entire country. Tragically, while Loretta herself, an Inuit woman, was completing her research and theses on missing and murdered Indigenous women, her life came to a tragic end. Yesterday, the Minister of the Status of Women was hiding behind her failing government programs. I asked the Minister, Will she make a commitment to continue the work of Loretta and call an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Loretta Saunders. This is a heinous crime, and the individuals responsible for this act should be punished to the full extent of the law.
Hear, hear.
It is our government that brought in tough on crime measures, and it is that party that votes against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of the Status of Women callously suggested current government programs are sufficient to deal with the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and then resorted to a partisan attack. These are stories of human tragedy, loss of life, and the crushed dreams that families had for those who perished and remain missing. This is an issue that goes beyond politics. Will the Minister apologize for her appalling insensitivity and agree that we must all work together to put an end to this ongoing epidemic of violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to preventing all forms of violence against women and girls, and that's why we have taken concrete action. Our investments in local community-based projects have nearly doubled. We launched a call for proposals that supports local projects to help and prevent cyber and sexual violence against women and girls. We passed the Safe Streets and Communities Act to improve the safety of all Canadians, particularly the most vulnerable members of society. We increased support for victims of crime, and, Mr. Speaker, we launched the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that a national public inquiry is the only way to identify the root causes of the tragedy of missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls. That reflects the recommendations of the international community and the demands of Aboriginal leaders, as well as the unanimous will of provincial leaders. Will the government make a commitment today and launch a national public inquiry?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ending violence against Aboriginal women is the priority of this government. Mr. Speaker, we have taken concrete action. We invested $11 million since 2007 through Status of Women Canada towards local projects that work to eliminate violence against Aboriginal women. $24 million over 2 years for the Family Violence Prevention Program, which provides funding to shelters and violence prevention programming on reserve. And, Mr. Speaker, we passed the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interest and Rights Act, extending basic rights and protections to Aboriginal women on reserve, and they did not support it.
Yeah, well said.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, after the pressures brought to bear by the Mayor of Quebec and the hard work of the excellent member for Louis Hébert, the government has finally come to its senses on the Ice Oval project. After having said time and again that there was no federal money available for the Ice Oval, the Minister of Infrastructure has woken up and found $32.5 million that he grabbed from the 2007 infrastructure program budget envelope. Mr. Speaker, how much money from the 2007 program remains unspent?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, indeed, yesterday the Minister of Infrastructure in our government was very pleased to announce a financial contribution towards the Ice Oval project in Quebec City. This contribution, it's very important to point out, Mr. Speaker, comes from uncommitted funds under Quebec's allocation of the existing 2007 Building Canada Fund, under which amateur sport infrastructure is eligible. And the province of Quebec recently identified this particular project as a priority in their budget. Any province that has uncommitted funds under the existing 2007 Building Canada Fund has the option to consider similar approaches, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. It's excellent news for the City of Quebec and for skaters, but it doesn't solve the problem for other municipalities. This is an insult to municipalities, said the Mayor of Lévis, talking about the eligibility criteria for the new Building Canada Fund. This is a 180-degree turn that catches all municipalities by surprise, said Éric Forêt, the president of the UMQ. Can the government explain to us why it refuses to finance cultural and sports infrastructure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister for Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In actual fact, the Mayor of Quebec City is extremely pleased about our government's support for this very important project, this ICE Global project in Quebec City, Mr. Speaker. And moving forward, under the gas tax fund, a fund which we have doubled, which we have extended, which we have made permanent and indexed, a $22 billion fund, recreational sports infrastructure moving forward under the new plan is an eligible category.
Excellent. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see that the government can change its mind, as we hope they'll do with the closure of Veterans Affairs offices across the country and also increase access to mental health services. Good point. Canada's veterans need specialised supports to help them. If the supports aren't there, we know there's a risk that they'll fall into homelessness or even worse. Under pressure from the Ombudsman and other advocacy groups, Veterans Affairs have finally identified 250 homeless veterans across the country. What is the government going to do to provide services to these vets, to identify others, and to make sure no veteran is forced to live on the streets?
Very good question. Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that anybody can say that our government has not consistently uploaded funds to ensure that not only our veterans but also their families are well cared for, and we will continue to do that. And at the very same time, Mr. Speaker, initiative after initiative that we've included in budget after budget, that party voted against them.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in Montreal alone, there are no fewer than 50 homeless veterans who have been identified. Many of them have never had access to the services of Veterans Affairs Canada. The government has a duty to assure that no person having served this country in the armed forces would find themselves on the streets. What is the government doing to identify and help these homeless veterans? And above all, what are they doing to ensure that new veterans do not wind up there as well?
Mr. Speaker, Canadian veterans are eligible for thousands of dollars worth of benefits and services that are not available to the general public, which makes any case of a veteran living on the streets terrible and unfortunate and simply unnecessary, and we are addressing those issues, Mr. Speaker. Identifying veterans amongst the homeless is a daunting task, and I call on anyone with information about a veteran living on the streets to contact my office or the department immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we were shocked to learn that the RCMP had reclassified hundreds of sport shooting rifles from non-restricted to prohibited. This happened after they had been legally sold in Canada for more than a decade. Well, there have been no criminal incidents reported with this rifle. With a stroke of the RCMP's pen, individuals who may have owned this rifle legally for the last 12 years are considered criminals as of today. I wonder if the parliamentary secretary could please tell this House what the government's position is on this reclassification and confiscation scheme.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Peace River for that question. Mr. Speaker, we are in fact very troubled by the situation that has arisen from the Swiss Arms rifle. This decision was made by bureaucrats and not by politicians, and that is why the Minister of Public Safety has ordered an urgent review of this unfortunate decision. I would like to let all Canadians know that all options are on the table to ensure that no firearms owner who acted in good faith suffers any consequences as a result of this terrible situation. All of the options are being explored on a very urgent basis.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since the signing of the European Free Trade Agreement, Quebec cheesemakers have worked hard to find a formula for adequate compensation. They drafted a plan that would put the producers in charge of the supplementary quotas, harmonize standards, and phase in this adaptation over 7 years. This plan would allow for adequate compensation of cheesemakers and would cost the federal government almost nothing. Will the Conservatives study this proposal seriously?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has to be said that the European agreement
between Canada and Europe will be to the benefit of the agricultural sector to the tune of $1.5 billion per year, and that will also be to the benefit of Canada's economy by $12 billion a year. Our government has always defended the supply management system in Canada, and with this agreement will continue to do so. The three pillars of our national supply-demand system remain intact. We will observe and monitor the repercussions of this historic agreement for dairy producers, and we'll see if they are negatively affected. We will help them financially. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of Quebec cheeses of an exceptional quality have found their place on the nations of the table, or the tables of the nations, rather. The tons of European cheeses that will be imported shouldn't challenge these gains, and that's why the Quebec Dairy Industries Council has a proposal on the table that should be studied seriously. It would allow for compliance with the free trade agreement while ensuring the survival of this dynamic industry. Is this proposal an adequate base to compensate Quebec cheesemakers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's, as I already have just said, the agricultural sector in Canada will benefit from this agreement to the tune of $1.5 billion per year. So this is a great asset for the sector, and including the sector in Quebec. But we have to say that Canada has gained unlimited access for all of its dairy products in the European Union, the biggest and most lucrative market in the world. In comparison, the European Union will only have a very limited access to the Canadian market after the signing of the free trade agreement between Canada and Europe. So it will only represent 8% of national consumption of cheese. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the coldest winters in years, and families in Northern Ontario are getting burnt by the massive hikes in propane prices. The cost of propane has almost doubled this year. One family I talked to recently is reporting heating bills of $800 to $900 per month. Yes, Mr. Speaker, per month. When will the government stand up for Canadians like Kathy and Arthur and support the NDP's call for an oil and gas ombudsman?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the chaos of the NDP's energy policy, we have discovered yet another startling idea: infringe on provincial jurisdiction. The distribution and pricing of propane is the responsibility of the provinces. We are concerned about the impact of high prices and scarcity on families. That is why we have asked the NEB and Competition Bureau to look into these issues. That action is within federal jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't only getting squeezed by propane prices, they're getting gouged at the gas pumps too. In Sudbury, gas prices are $1.40 a litre. In the GTA, $1.35 a litre. These price spikes hurt Canadians and have nothing to do with market forces. So, Mr. Speaker, why won't Conservatives support the NDP's long-standing call for a gas ombudsman to ensure competitive prices? Mr. Speaker, why won't the Conservatives stand up for Canadians getting hosed at the pumps?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this has to be the height of the irony. The NDP, who have long called for action to have higher prices on carbon, higher prices on gas, to limit consumption, which they think is a bad thing, are today complaining about the very things they call for. I can tell you one thing. A Conservative government will never impose a carbon tax that would hurt all Canadians, a carbon tax that we know the NDP wants to see. We won't do that. We're going to stand on the side of Canadian consumers and keep gas prices.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Employment rate doesn't tell the whole story about the economy. In that way, it's a bit like this government, Mr. Speaker. Statistics Canada's supplementary unemployment rate that adds in discouraged workers and involuntary part-timers was over 10% in January. This rate is known as the underutilization rate. Why has this Conservative government allowed our great nation to perform so far below its potential?
The Honourable Minister of State for...
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our record when it comes to creating jobs. Over 1 million net new jobs created since the height of the recession. Unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, one of the lowest in the G7. Mr. Speaker, that's because this government understands, and this Prime Minister, this Minister of Finance understands budgets and finance. Unlike the opposition who think pixie dust and well wishes will, the budget will balance itself, and unicorns possibly. Mr. Speaker, we'll stick to our plan. It's a good plan. It's getting results for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Canada's Olympic athletes have inspired us with exceptional performances in Sochi, just as our Paralympians will in the coming weeks. At a time when obesity rates are rising and driving up healthcare costs, we should be seizing this momentum to encourage more participation in healthy lifestyles. The Conservatives have wasted this golden opportunity by presenting a budget that cuts funding for sports and active living. Given that the best healthcare cost is the one you don't have to spend, when will the government take concrete action to make the improved fitness for all Canadians a national priority instead of gutting investment in sports infrastructure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where this member was for the last 5 years, but if he would have watched the Olympics in Vancouver, if he would have watched the Olympics in Sochi, he would have seen a program that we implemented and have funded with record proportion called Own the Podium. It's a program that not only has helped athletes win medals, it has helped athletes become better individuals. They are leaders in our communities. They are telling children it's time to get involved, it's time to take action. This government supports our athletes. I certainly haven't seen the Liberal Party stand up and support an athlete in this country in a long, long time when it comes to financial support.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm receiving hundreds of letters from citizens concerned about the cuts to our postal service. Municipalities such as Nelson have written the Minister urging Canada Post to reconsider its 5-point action plan. Ending home delivery will have a huge impact on seniors, small businesses, those with disabilities, as well as many, many other Canadians. Will the Minister order Canada Post to put its proposed changes on hold until after the upcoming government postal review? And will she also ensure that the review process is open to public participation and will consider all innovative suggestions and proposals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Speaker, in 2012, Canada Post delivered 1 billion fewer letters than it did in 2006. But only the NDP, as the member for Esquimalt-Juan de Fuca said, quote, "We definitely do not have a crisis at Canada Post," end quote. They're the only party that believes there's no crisis there, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post must balance its finances without being a burden on Canadian taxpayers, and that is exactly what this government expects them to do.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We learned this morning from l'Acadie Nouvelle that the mayors of New Brunswick and eastern Quebec have forged an alliance to try and save passenger rail in eastern Quebec and the Maritimes. The people are worried. The mayors are worried. And after having the pressure brought to bear by the NDP, even the Conservative members from the Maritimes are worried. They want to save this service. So my question for the Minister of Transport is, will she save the service that Via Rail provides between Halifax and Quebec? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, let me say very clearly when it comes to investments in Via Rail, it's the Conservative members in New Brunswick who consistently stand up to ensure that Via is supported, and not the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member knows with respect to this specific line, this was a business decision made by a private company. There is a regulatory process in place which that company is following. While that discontinuance process is underway, CN is responsible for maintaining its track infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, there are few criminal offences that are more horrific than sexual offences against children. While the overall crime rate is going down, sexual offences against children are going up. Shockingly, parents have no way of knowing where dangerous pedophiles are in this country. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety please tell the House what the government is doing to crack down on high-risk child sex offenders?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for that question.
Mr. Speaker, children are our most vulnerable and precious members of our society, and this government will do absolutely everything possible to protect them. Not only is this government ending the 2-for-1 specials for child sex offenders by introducing consecutive sentencing for these crimes, we will also introduce a publicly accessible registry of high-risk child sex offenders. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that parents have the right to know where these dangerous pedophiles are. Mr. Speaker, I call on all members of this House, including the NDP and the Liberals, to support our Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, the EI cuts imposed by the Conservatives have pummeled the seasonal economy in Prince Edward Island and united Islanders against the Conservatives and the political minister from Egmont. In a blatant attempt to save her job, Conservatives have created 2 EI zones, granting favourable treatment to the minister's riding while further penalising those in urban and rural Prince Edward Island. Why has the government pitted Islanders against Islanders in a desperate move to salvage the minister's seat?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is with these changes, the EI system in every province and territory reflects the reality of the local labour market. EI benefits continue to be there for Canadians, including in areas where jobs simply do not exist outside seasonal or specialised industries. The unemployment rate in Charlottetown has been consistently lower than the rest of the province. This change was made to better reflect the reality of the labour market in PEI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board has a very strange idea of a negotiation. After unilaterally announcing that federal retirees and former RCMP and Canadian Forces members will have to pay double for a more limited health care plan, he now wants them to negotiate. Mr. Speaker, negotiation actually means exchange and agreement, not dictating major concessions. So a very simple question. Will the President of the Treasury Board sit down and negotiate in good faith?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure this chamber that there are negotiations that are ongoing. He may have been briefed by one side, but I can assure the honourable member that we have been negotiating for 8 months. I think what we have now is the preference of this government to continue those negotiations to arrive at a fair and reasonable solution to the matter, which of course involves a voluntary supplemental plan that is still an excellent plan for retirees, former public servants across the country, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member seems to be a mouthpiece for the union. I'm going to be a mouthpiece for the taxpayer and for good common sense.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, it was only 2 weeks ago in Stouffville that the Prime Minister announced the largest infrastructure spending program in Canada's history. That means it only took the Liberal leader 2 weeks to spin some classic Liberal arithmetic, repeating spending. Our government has foregone thousands of billions of dollars in infrastructure spending. Numbers straight from the mouth of a part-time teacher. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Infrastructure and Communities correct the record? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Medicine Hat for that excellent question. Indeed, our infrastructure plan is the largest and the longest in Canada's history, delivering $53 billion in new money for Canadian communities. And unlike as the leader of the Liberal Party has said, it certainly does not remove thousands of billions in infrastructure funding. We would expect a former teacher to know that thousands of billions is normally referred to as trillions. Thousands of billions, budgets that balance themselves, typical Liberal accounting, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the cat's out of the bag. The Minister of Infrastructure improvised and announced concerning the funding of the ice oval in Quebec. And when he asked where the money came from, he said that it was unspent money from the infrastructure fund. But what he didn't say was that Quebec and the municipalities were already counting on those millions for other projects, such as the broadening of these Route 185 and other infrastructure projects in Lévis and Trois-Rivières. So they're afraid that he's going to put an end to those funds. Can the minister guarantee that the monies planned for those other projects, like as the place is the case for the ice oval, are still there, those monies?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that it was the province of Quebec in their recent budget that identified this particular ice oval project in Quebec City as a priority. We have announced support for this project through uncommitted funds from the 2007 Building Canada Fund, Mr. Speaker. With respect to Highway 185, we have not yet received a specific request from the province for the third phase of this project. This project would be eligible under the new Building Canada plan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last fall's speech from the throne made a vague reference to the government's commitment to balanced budget legislation. On October 22nd, the finance minister assured me and assured this House that the government intended to introduce balanced budget legislation, although his explanation as to what that might look like was somewhat perplexing. On Wednesday, I supported Budget 2014, and I congratulate the government on its commitment to balancing the budget. However, I remain concerned about future budgets and, in fact, future governments. So why is there no mention of balanced budget legislation in the government's budget plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we will be balancing the budget in 2015. And I'm happy to say that we will not be balancing the budget on the backs of the provinces and individual Canadians. And I don't know why the member opposite doesn't like our budget, because so many Canadians across this country are actually praising the budget. For example, the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, Alzheimer's Society of Canada, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Grand Challenges Canada, Canadian Digital Media Network, Canadian Council of Chief Executives, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Moody's, etc., etc. We're getting praises from across the country on our budget 2014.
The honourable member for HoC. During the crisis in Lebanon in the summer of 2006 and the earthquake in 2009 in Haiti, the government had issued directives allowing non-Canadian parents to accompany minor Canadian children to Canada. Once again last week, 2 Canadian children, Gabriel, 3 years old, and Leah, 4, were unable to come to Canada because their Syrian mother was refused a visa. The only reason evoked, the war in Syria and the possibility of her not returning. And yet this file was monitored by the minister's office. What has happened to this government since 2006 that today they're asking a mother and a father to abandon their children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, thank you for the question. The immigration file is that we do have a process for adoptions to come through, and these are going through its normal process, and our department will look into it. Thank you.
That brings to a conclusion the period for oral questions. Lady Stark. Orders of the day. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 38.6, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 655 petitions.
Thank you. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, we'll find that we'll have unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House express its deep concern at the escalation of violence in Venezuela,
convey its condolences to the families of those killed or injured during the ongoing public protests, ask the Government of Canada to urge Venezuelan authorities to proactively de-escalate the conflict, protect the human rights and democratic freedoms of Venezuelan citizens, release all those detained during the protests, immediately cease all government interference with peaceful protesters, and ensure that those people who perpetrated the violence be brought to justice and bear the full weight of the law. Encourage the Government of Canada to play a leading role in supporting a political dialogue in Venezuela that respects legitimate grievances and differences of opinion, and call for an end to divisive rhetoric and actions that only delay and jeopardize the inclusive political solution that the Venezuelan people deserve.
Well said.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Honourable Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. It's my honour to present a petition signed by citizens in my riding of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, also from neighbouring ridings who are calling on the creation of an ombudsman position for responsible mining operations to make it possible to respect international standards in terms of the environment, corporate social responsibility and human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here close to 100 names of citizens from Caslow, Ainsworth Trail, Nettle Creek, and Nelson who are concerned about Bill C-18, especially the changes to the Seeds Act or plant breeders' rights, and they would not want further restrictions of farmers' rights or addition to farmers' costs, and they call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. In my second petition, the hundreds of names from BC, Ontario, and Quebec in support of my Bill C-322, an act to prohibit the exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption, mainly because horses are commonly administered drugs that are strictly prohibited in the food chain, and thus people would like us to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present. The first being on the ability of tradespeople who have to travel for work to have deductibility when it comes to income tax, and the second one on cluster munitions, and that they indeed should be put an end to, and S10 should be amended accordingly to make sure that that actually happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cold Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple of petitions here dealing with the issue of a mining ombudsman. People concerned about mining practices in other parts of the world by Canadian companies, wishing that the Government of Canada take more responsibility to make sure that they listen to the complaints and concerns that are heard from workers and others in these countries, and that they do investigations to make sure that our companies conduct themselves with the level of respect and the level of moral standards that we would expect. I have a second topic, petition here, the Fair Electoral Representation petition. It's from members of my constituency that are concerned about the winner-take-all, first-past-the-post system, and they are urging members of this House to do an investigation, to do a significant consultation in the country to examine alternatives to the system we have right now. And isn't that ironic that we would have this particular petition for a fairer electoral system at the same time we're dealing with the foolishness that the government is bringing in with their Unfair Elections Act? Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition signed by residents of the Fraser Valley and the Lower Mainland of British Columbia who believe that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient, and they think that in the interest of public safety that they want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The honourable parliament. Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member for Sudbury, who was a little slow getting up.
I don't think I'm that hard to miss, especially with a purple tie today, but thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce two petitions. The first one is calling on Parliament and this government to really look at the way they're working with scientists and that to take some collective action on global warming, Mr. Speaker. And then I also rise in the chamber to table a petition signed by hundreds of constituents of my great riding of Sudbury. They call on the government to reverse the cuts to services announced by Canada Post and to look instead for ways to innovate, for example, by establishing postal banking services. Monsieur le Président, c'est coupé.
Mr. Speaker, these cuts to services as essential as postal delivery will affect the most vulnerable Canadians like seniors and persons with limited mobility.
Pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Carries. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-25, the Caribou-Micmac First Nations Act.
Resuming debate, we have 8 minutes left in the question and comments period to the member for St. John's East. So questions or comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for his concern about this getting this bill right. Quite obviously, some things have gone wrong already with the bill and with the with the process that's been undertaken for this legislation. The minister indicated that they thought they were going to get 8,000 or 9,000 people signed up, but they ended up with 25,000 at one point in time that are, or 23,800 that were actually signed up. Now they've had another 58,000 show up in the period, a very short period after that. But I guess I go back to the 23,000 that have been registered and accepted already. The indication from the minister is that all those registrations are now under question. And many people who are First Nations over the past 4 years and would have been accepted under this registration may have made choices in their lives. They may have made choices about investing in the communities that are Micmac communities in Newfoundland. They may have made choices about where they live, how they live. They may have made choices about their relationships. All of a sudden now, those 23,000 people are put in some degree of question. So this bill actually is going to take out the liability of the government for anything that they do to those 23,000 people. Is that not the case?
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. This is one of the concerns here. Obviously, the legislation appears to be necessary in order to remove people who have been included. But I guess what we're really looking at here, the importance of Aboriginal status and the need for a fair and equitable process. You raise a question, but what about the people who may have been wrongfully included? That's a very good question. Wrongfully only in the sense that this new enrollment process may exclude them. But they do have a right to appeal. I do know that much. We want to find out the answers to those questions. Is there some provision to ensure that people who have made decisions, who have made choices as a result of being included and are now not, that there's somehow some recompense for them? The bill specifically says you can't sue for damages for being either excluded or left out. So these are some of the questions that absolutely have to be answered in the process by this government as to what's going to happen to them.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech with so much information and sharing on an important matter like this. Some of the facts and figures, though, that I know he was speaking to, Mr. Speaker, was talking about over 101,000 people applied for membership from this First Nation, and during the reassessment process, approximately 6,000 of those claims were found to be invalid, and approximately 94,000 were deemed valid if further documentation was provided, Mr. Speaker. So a couple of points. I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' comments in relation to that, and how do we ensure fairness in that whole process. And also under Article 33 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, First Nations have the right to determine their own membership, Mr. Speaker. So maybe I can also hear the member's comments on that piece as well, because I know he's so actively involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. It is certainly valid. Obviously, this is one of the issues here that the members of the Aboriginal groups themselves, they had a hand in determining what the criteria were. So the question really is the application of that criteria. Is it fair and equitable? There were, unfortunately, I think, discovered that some of the definitions or how these criteria were spelled out were subject to interpretation and perhaps were insufficiently clear. That's in part what may have caused the large number of applicants. It may also have caused some anomalies to occur in the process. So by reaching a new agreement in 2013 as to how the enrollment process would operate, and providing for more opportunities for people to bring forth evidence, they're trying to get a fair process. So the question is here, did they get it right, and will this process end up being fair to those who were included, and will it be fair to those who may not have met the criteria? That's also a big question, because there's clearly a lot of people have an interest in being part of this band.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we delve more into this particular bill, I think we're starting to see that there are some very particular issues that surround it for many, many people. And it's the whole question of the government's liability in a process that they entered into, expecting 8,000 people to sign up for it, and they're over a period of 4 or 5 years, realizing that many, many more people were signing up for this process. I find it almost incomprehensible that within the bureaucracy of Aboriginal Affairs and Indian and Northern Development, that these people who were obviously in charge of this process had this thing get away from them in the fashion that it did. So now the government wants to wash its hands of the responsibility it had throughout this whole process in order to ensure that it's fair and correct. I suppose we'll have to take it to committee to understand that better from the bureaucrats, why they've let this process turn into the farce that it is today.
The honourable member for St. John's East. You have about a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the honourable member's question really points to the history of the federal government's failure to acknowledge its responsibility for Aboriginal people in Newfoundland. Since 1949, despite the constitutional responsibility, Aboriginal people in Newfoundland have been seeking recognition. This is the Mi'kmaq were denied recognition as having status under the Indian Act and having the rights to access to programs and benefits of that status. And this is the first opportunity for them to seek that recognition. So even though the criteria and the people who negotiated this agreement for a particular subset, I guess I could call it, of the Mi'kmaq, those who live in certain communities and have an attachment to those communities, obviously everybody else who has a claim to Aboriginal status based on their ancestry, based on their own rights and existence, inherent rights, they are seeking recognition through this process, and that exposes the unfairness.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-25, the Halipu Mi'kmaq First Nation Act. I think it's most important that we put this bill into perspective. We cannot lose sight of what the agreements behind this bill are attempting to redress. The legal rights of Newfoundland's Mi'kmaq people have been in limbo since their status under the Indian Act was left unresolved in 1949 when Newfoundland joined Confederation. Exclusion from status under the Indian Act not only denied Newfoundland's Mi'kmaq people access to supports available to other First Nations, but robbed them of recognition of their identity and cultural heritage. The prejudice
caused and the marginalization of many generations meant that many tried to hide their origins, and thus family histories have been lost for good.
Negotiations and protracted legal action over many governments meant this fundamental issue remained unresolved far too long. The most recent phase of discussions to redress the historic exclusion of status for Newfoundland's Mi'kmaq people began in 2002, when the previous Liberal government initiated renewed good faith negotiation with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians. The talks focused on the recognition of the Mi'kmaq people in Newfoundland under the Indian Act, and after constructive discussions, an agreement in principle was signed in 2007. On September the 26th, 2007, the Prime Minister said, for more than half a century, the Mi'kmaq people of Newfoundland were among the, quote, forgotten people, end quote, as the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples calls its members. They never stopped fighting for recognition, and now, at last, that title can be cast aside. Ratified in 2008, the agreement would create the landless Halipu Mi'kmaq First Nations Band and ensure that Mi'kmaq people in Newfoundland would be able to achieve recognition, status under the Indian Act, and the dignity denied to them for far too long. The
Liberal Party believes that any bill or any directive or policy implementing accords between the government and the Mi'kmaq Nation must rest on the premise that legitimate applicants must not be excluded from the process.
About the fact that, unfortunately, this bill seems more focused on protecting the federal government from being sued over their mistakes in how it implemented this historic agreement and limiting the legal recourse of membership applicants for the new First Nation. We understand that the government expected far fewer applications than the 103,000 they eventually received. But if the process was flawed, if the criteria or guidelines were problematic, then the fault lies with the Conservative government, not the applicants. It was the Conservative government that negotiated the criteria for enrollment and how those criteria would be administered. That process was set down in guidelines that were appended to the original agreement. Because of the greater than expected volume of applications, last year the government entered into a supplemental agreement with the Halipu First Nation and the Federation of Newfoundland Indians. Pursuant to that supplemental agreement, the government is now in the process of reviewing all applicants, including those who have already been granted status. While the government asserts that the supplemental agreement does not change the membership criteria, it does change the guidelines for how those criteria are to be assessed. There is no question that these changes will potentially have an impact on enrollment, and that is why a review of all applications, including those that have already been granted, is underway. While Section 10 of the supplementary agreement affirms that it does not affect the status of the Kalapu Mi'kmaq First Nation band, it could alter its founding members list. As a result, members who do not meet the additional enrollment criteria could lose their band membership and Indian status. The power of Cabinet to remove individuals from the founding members list is confirmed in Clause 3 of Bill C-25 and is one of two substantive things this bill does. The Liberal Party recognizes that both the 2008 agreement and last year's supplementary agreement flow from a nation-to-nation process that must be respected. The criteria negotiated between the parties should be viewed as an agreement between two nations. However, while the government claims that this bill is necessary to implement the 2008 and 2013 agreements, we are very concerned that the true purpose of the bill is to indemnify the federal government from legal liability for its mistakes during the botched enrollment process. It is this denial of legal recourse to applicants that is of the greatest concern to the Liberal Party. Clause 4 of this bill is clearly designed to shield the federal government from potential liability for damages flowing from their incompetence in implementing the original agreement. Clause 4 states, 4.1, no person or entity has a right to claim or receive any compensation, damages, or indemnity from Her Majesty in right of Canada. Any employee or agent of Her Majesty, a band, a council of a band, or any other person or entity, only because any person's name or any person's date of birth was admitted or removed from the schedule to the Kalapu Mi'kmaq First Nation band order. This limitation of access to a legal recourse is causing many to question the legitimacy of this bill. The repeated mistakes and oversights of the federal government through the process to create the Kalapu Mi'kmaq First Nation band have led to unnecessary confusion and many applicants feeling frustrated and wronged by a process that should have fostered reconciliation about a historic wrong. The Mi'kmaq First Nations Assembly of Newfoundland is preparing to launch a class action lawsuit against the federal government over the constantly changing process for membership in this new band. The process in course seeks to remedy the damage done over centuries, but the mismanagement of this government exacerbates the feeling of victimization among many members of the Kalapu Mi'kmaq Nation. Claim against the federal government for mistakes or mismanagement should not have that legal recourse cut off by this bill. It should be for the courts to decide whether damages related to the enrollment process are appropriate, and not for parliamentarians to prejudge that issue with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to participate in the debate here today on Bill C-25, an act respecting the Kalapu Mi'kmaq First Nation Band Order. The proposed legislation will enable the Governor and Council to fully implement the agreements reached between Canada and the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, which provided for the establishment of the Kalapu Mi'kmaq First Nation Band as a band under the Indian Act. More specifically, the legislation will help ensure that only those with a legitimate claim to membership are entitled to be registered following the completion of the enrollment process. Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore that the fundamental principle of this legislation is the preservation of the integrity and credibility of the membership in the Halibut-Mi'kmaq First Nation. In that same vein, I want to use this occasion to underscore that the Government of Canada and the Federation of Newfoundland Indians are united in the desire to achieve our shared goal, to enable the Mi'kmaq in the province to build a strong foundation for cultural growth and development. As my colleagues may be aware, in 2007, our government reached an agreement in principle with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians to create the Halibut-Mi'kmaq First Nation and signed the final agreement a year later in 2008. The 2008 agreement for the recognition of the Halibut-Mi'kmaq Band provided for the creation of the Halibut-Mi'kmaq First Nation as an Indian Act band and established the enrollment process for its members to be recognized as Indians under the Indian Act. I want to be very clear that the proposed legislation reflects the original intentions of the parties, Canada and the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, with respect to the creation of a founding members list as set out in the 2008 agreement. From the outset, it was understood by both the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and the federal government that the agreement would apply primarily to people who live in or around the communities named in the 2008 agreement. In that spirit, the 2008 agreement also set out 4 criteria for membership in the band as negotiated and agreed to by the parties. These 4 criteria are Canadian Indian ancestry, descent from a member of a pre-Confederation Mi'kmaq community, self-identification as a member of the Mi'kmaq Group of Indians of Newfoundland, and acceptance by the Mi'kmaq Group of Indians of Newfoundland based on a demonstrated and substantial cultural connection. While non-residents could also become members, they would need to have maintained a strong, substantive cultural connection with a Newfoundland Mi'kmaq community. By this, they were expected to have sustained an active involvement in their community despite their absence. November 30th, 2009 was the initial deadline to establish the band's founding members. After the end of this first stage, the Halibut-Mi'kmaq First Nation Band Order, or the Recognition Order, was issued on September 22, 2011. Based on enrollment to that point, a total of 23,877 people were determined to be founding members. However, as set out in the final agreement, there was a second stage of 36 months to ensure that all would have ample opportunity to apply and be added to the founding members list. This second stage of the enrollment period ended on November 30th, 2012. It was during this second stage of enrollment that issues with the process became apparent. As you've heard today, an unexpected and many would argue an unreasonable number of individuals submitted applications to join the band during the second phase. Approximately 75,000 additional people submitted applications, bringing the total number of applications for membership to the First Nation to more than 101,000. Mr. Speaker, when the application process began back in 2008, Mi'kmaq leaders and Canada expected that somewhere between 8,700 and 12,000 people would be entitled to band membership. This range seemed realistic, given that there were roughly 10,500 members of the Federation of Newfoundland Indians at the time. So you can imagine the surprise when over 101,000 applications were submitted by the time the enrollment period ended on November 30th, 2012. To put this into perspective, this figure represents about 11% of all registered Indians in Canada. Almost half of these applications, roughly 46,000, were received in the final 3 months before the deadline of a 4-year process. And most of the applications received were from people living outside Newfoundland. As Chief Brendan Shepherd has stated, quote, "It was neither reasonable nor credible to expect such a huge number of individuals to become members of the Halibut-Mi'kmaq First Nation," end quote. Not surprisingly, the Federation of Newfoundland Indians was worried about the credibility of the enrollment process and the integrity of the First Nation. They wanted to be sure that the objectives of the 2008 agreement would be respected, and they wanted to ensure that the enrollment process was fair and equitable, and that those accepted for membership satisfied the criteria set out in the original 2008 agreement. In response, the parties negotiated a supplemental agreement which was announced in July 2013. It was introduced to bring greater clarity to the requirements of membership and the enrollment process. The 2013 supplemental agreement addresses shared concerns about the integrity of the enrollment process for membership in the Halibu-Mi'kmaq First Nation. It clarifies the process for enrollment and resolves issues that emerged in the implementation of the 2008 agreement, such as the fact that the number of membership applications far exceeded the expectations of the party, that it was not possible to review all of these applications within the time limits provided for in the 2008 agreement, and that the original guidelines for the assessment of the applications did not provide sufficient clarity and detail to reflect the original intentions of the parties. For example, the 2013 supplemental agreement extends the timelines to review applications, ensuring that all previously unprocessed applications will be considered, and also ensuring that all applicants will be treated fairly and equitably. Especially important, the 2013 supplemental agreement guarantees that anyone whose application is reviewed will be sent written notification, and that those who have submitted valid applications will be given an opportunity to provide additional documentation. The parties also clarified how an applicant's self-identification as a member of the Mi'kmaq Group of Indians of Newfoundland is assessed, and it provides guidance related to an individual's acceptance by the Mi'kmaq Group of Indians of Newfoundland. In other words, anyone wishing to join the First Nation needs to prove his or her eligibility for membership. Regarding group acceptance, applicants have to demonstrate that they were accepted by the Newfoundland Mi'kmaq Group of Indians through their active involvement in Mi'kmaq culture before the First Nation was officially formed. This information is particularly relevant to individuals not residing in Newfoundland Mi'kmaq communities. Determinations on eligibility are being made by the Enrollment Committee, which includes 2 federal representatives, 2 Mi'kmaq representatives, and 1 independent chair. Mr. Speaker, this reasonable approach is the only way to ensure the integrity of the enrollment process and to ensure that the rules of eligibility for membership are fairly applied so that all applicants are treated equitably. This is what Mi'kmaq residents of Newfoundland demand and what all Canadians expect. Remember that status brings with it a range of important social and economic benefits, something that cannot and should not be taken lightly. The supplemental agreement was the result of extensive discussions and negotiations with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and addressed all the major concerns that had arisen during the second phase of the enrollment process. I want to assure the House that the criteria set out in the original 2008 agreement remain unchanged. The supplemental agreement only provides clarity about the kind of information people need to provide to establish that they meet the criteria to demonstrate their eligibility for membership, as well as providing guidance to the Enrollment Committee on how it should be assessed. The assessment process is currently underway and will take approximately 2.5 years to complete. It is expected that the Enrollment Committee will complete its work by the summer of 2015, followed by an appeal period. Let me be very clear that during the review process, there will be no change in Indian status for existing members of the Halibu-Mi'kmaq First Nation. While the process is underway, individuals who are currently registered as Indians under the Indian Act will retain their Indian status and therefore their access to programs available to registered Indians. However, at the end of the enrollment process, it is possible that some individuals who are not found to have a legitimate claim to membership may lose their Indian status as a result of the reassessment of their application. Those individuals would no longer have access to programs and services provided to registered Indians. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-25 is an essential part of that enrollment process. It will enable the Governor and Council to amend the schedule to the recognition order, which will list the final approved names of the Halibu-Mi'kmaq First Nations founding members. The existing list must be updated to reflect the changes that will have taken place as a result of the review launched under the supplemental agreement. While the Governor and Council has the authority under paragraph 21C and subsection 73.3 of the Indian Act to declare a body of Indians to be a band for the purposes of the Indian Act, there is no express authority in the Act to amend an order establishing a band. While there is likely authority to add names to the schedule of the recognition order, it is unclear whether the Act currently allows the Governor and Council to remove names from the schedule. Certainty is required to ensure that the supplemental agreement can be fully implemented. That certainty can only be obtained by enacting legislation that will provide the Governor and Council with the appropriate authority to make the required corrections to the recognition order, specifically to revoke the Indian status of those individuals who are found not to be entitled to be members of the Qalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation. The legislation is an essential part of the enrollment process. In order to fully implement the agreements, it ensures that the Governor and Council is properly authorized to carry out the last step in the process, which is the issuance of a new founding members list to modify the existing one. Mr. Speaker, this may all sound quite complicated, but at the end of the day, this process and this bill is about ensuring that people who are truly eligible to be members of the band are granted that privilege. Mr. Speaker, acquiring First Nation status will help the Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland create and maintain a strong foundation for Mi'kmaq cultural growth and development. This will lead to a better future for today's generation and all that follow. This is something that generations of Mi'kmaq residents of the province have fought long and hard for since the 1970s. It is time to resolve this complex and long-running matter so those who belong to the Qalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation can fully realize this potential. Call on all parties to join us in passing Bill C-25. Let's help preserve the integrity of the First Nation in a fair and equitable manner. Let us ensure that the Qalipu Mi'kmaq First Nation can get on with the work of building a proud Mi'kmaq First Nation in Newfoundland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech, and I think we all support the notion of having a resolution, if imperfect, to the outstanding claims by the Mi'kmaq of Newfoundland and Labrador to play a role in self-government, have access to services that they were so long denied. But there are some questions here that deserve to be answered, and one is, I note in the new agreement that new applications were being considered, but there was an exception. They wouldn't accept any new applications for someone who had previously been rejected. On the other hand, there seems to be a process for rejecting people who had previously been accepted. Now, I'm having trouble getting my head around that in terms of fair and equitable, because if someone can make a mistake by including someone, for example, that maybe would not be included under the new interpretation, then surely someone could have made a mistake in excluding someone who wouldn't have been included in the first place. So I wonder if you could clarify why that is being done this way and what happens to people who were rejected wrongfully.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the short answer to that question is that there was a deadline for all applications to be submitted in a full and complete manner. If individuals had submitted their applications early on in the original process, they would have had adequate time to make adjustments, to provide additional information. However, what we saw was that there were over 45,000 applications that came in the last 3 months, right before the deadline. So those applicants, had they applied earlier in the process, would have had adequate time to appeal. However, given the last-minute rush that appeared to be spiking that number up to 101,000 applications, they simply ran out of time, and that deadline had to be firm, and that's why that decision was taken.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River.
I do appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I think it was important that we clarify, that the government clarify the position with regards to why this legislation is necessary. However, there have been comments specifically from one member of the Liberal Party who has claimed that this legislation is in fact unnecessary. It seems to me that it is necessary. I think that you've articulated I think that the PS has articulated the reasons for that well. It seems to me that the First Nation would be desiring to ensure that only those people that in fact should be on the list are included on the list. I think that it probably is part of what was agreed to in the agreements that were negotiated and agreed to in 2008 and 2013. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary might be able to elaborate as to why this legislation in fact is needed to ensure that taxpayers and the First Nation are protected.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his great work as the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Certainly a valuable member of Parliament who brings a great deal of knowledge on this file. As I said in my speech, when you look at the numbers that were presented here, where we had 101,000 applicants when initially they were looking at somewhere around 10,000, 10 times higher the number of applications, representing over 10% of the total number of status Indians in Canada. Certainly that fact that the applications far exceeded the original expectation. It simply wasn't possible to review all of the applications as was laid out in the original agreement. There were too many to review by the deadline. And the original assessment of those guidelines was not sufficiently clear, obviously. We saw that this supplementary agreement seeks to tighten that up to make sure that all applications that will be reviewed based on the original intent of the legislation, of the agreement, I should say.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with interest I listened to this debate today, and I do find it unfortunate that we have to go back and revisit this and the government didn't get right in the first place. But I think this might just be the tip of the iceberg. I know from Nova Scotia that there are a number of First Nations people who are claiming status and trying to establish new reserves, for example, outside of Digby. I'll draw the attention of my colleague to a recent court case, R versus Smith, where one of the proponents of these new First Nations claims brought this case to court. And I'm just wondering if the government has the plan not just to deal with this one case that we're discussing today, but with multiple cases that will probably arise based on, of course, treaty claims back a couple hundred years ago. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard this theme from the opposition today, which I think is insulting to the Federation of Newfoundland Indians. The argument from the opposition is that somehow the government has made a debacle of this thing. This is an agreement that we've made with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians. So any slight that they want, I know that's casual, that's just a matter of principle for them to make that argument. However, they are being quite insulting to the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, who are a full partner in this process and have agreed with us on every step that we have taken to ensure the integrity of that process. On all of the cases mentioned by the honourable member, the Government of Canada has legal duties to protect status Indians and to carefully evaluate any applications, and we'll take those all on a case-by-case basis.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Earlier today, we heard the Minister as well as the Parliamentary Secretary outline the great amount of work in both negotiations over the past years, a lot of hard work and dedication by all sides. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to elaborate further, particularly on the cooperation and consultation that worked towards the supplemental agreement in 2008 with the Newfoundland, the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, because I think it's really important for us to hear the amount of work that has gone towards the creation of this bill through that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member from across the aisle for that question. From the outset, it was understood that both the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and the federal government that the agreement would apply primarily to people who live in or around the communities named in the 2008 agreement. And not surprisingly, the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and Mi'kmaq residents of the province expressed concern about the credibility of the enrollment process when there was that initial number of applications, and certainly the surge in applications in the second phase was the primary concern that was raised. And we wanted to ensure that the objectives of the 2008 agreement would be met. Both parties agreed that we needed to tighten up that process, and they wanted to ensure that the enrollment process was fair and equitable, and that those accepted for membership satisfied the criteria set out in the original agreement. So the FNI and our government negotiated a supplemental agreement, which was announced in 2013. We've been working hand in hand with the Federation of Newfoundland Indians, and we'll continue to do that.
Questions and comments? Question come on time. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way for giving us some more clarification. I think there's a lot more that's going to be required on this particular bill. It seems like a very simple bill when you first look at it, but there are many other details that have come into it. I'd like to just do a little historical reconnaissance here on the application process. Started in 2009, and by 2012, they had processed 23,000 applications. They had originally anticipated, as the minister told us earlier, 8,000 applications. At what point in time did this government put up some red flags about what was going on with this process, with the way it was being done, and the fact that they had achieved probably within over 3 times the number of applications that they were anticipating through this process? When did this government start to recognize what was going on here?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, you only have about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it was during the second phase of enrollment, the final 36 months, that it became very clear that things were not as they had originally been intended, where we saw a spike of 46,000 applications in the final 4 months alone of that application process. So certainly the Federation of Newfoundland Indians and the Mi'kmaq communities themselves raised the concern that this was simply not a realistic number, that this was far outside of the intent of the original agreement, and certainly it was during that second phase that there was a real awareness of how widespread this issue had become.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have a chance to stand up and speak on a bill which, as I mentioned earlier on first reading, seems very, very simple and straightforward, but really reveals quite a bit about what this government's been doing over the last number of years and its failure to act correctly in this matter. I think it's quite clear that even the parliamentary secretary, when he answered my question, he chose to ignore the fact that in the first period of time, the number of applicants went 3 times over what was originally anticipated. He only talked about the last 4 months of the program, where the program went over by 45,000 applicants. So how does government work when the process that they're entering into, with the expectation of 8,000 applicants, blossoms up to 24,000 applicants, and this government seems to just simply ignore that fact? Only when the second phase of the application process came in, with 45,000 applications being put on the table, did this government finally wake up and realize that they had some issues within their jurisdiction, what they were trying to do. What a careless way to run a government. What a careless business that this government has with the First Nations people of this country. So I'm going to start here. I wanted to get that point in because I think it was left undone by the parliamentary secretary in his comments in return to my first question. But really what we have here is a bill that it's an interesting bill. We've got a problem. We've got this huge application process in place for registration for joining the Halibu Micmac First Nations membership order. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I come from a territory where, and actually in my own home community, where membership lists of First Nations, of Métis people are very complex issues. They're very, very complex. And we're talking about when you're dealing with 1,000 people, when you're dealing with 500 people. The complicated nature of these membership applications is quite clear. This is something that the government has known for 40 years, that this is not an easy issue to deal with. This is not a, so when we've set this thing in motion, what's happened? We've had a failure. So let's have the government admit that they've created a failure with the process that they put into place. That would be the first step towards fixing it, would be to admit the failure of the government. So we've got a bill that now comes forward and wants to fix some of the issues that are engaged in here. Not to determine the nature of what's happened, but simply to find a way to reduce the government's exposure on this issue. First of all, they want to have a system where they can simply say that on any of the previously accepted registrations for this ban, gone through a process, 5 individuals, 2 from the First Nations, 2 from the government, 1 independent person examining the applications that were made, the first 23,800 according to the minister. Those were accepted, put in place. Now the minister wants the opportunity to take those as he sees fit off that list. And further to that, he doesn't want to have any responsibility for doing that. He wants to walk away from that clean. And the minister indicates, well, I'm worried about the taxpayers of this country being liable for the mistakes this government made. Well, we are actually, the taxpayers are liable for the mistakes that the elected representatives make on their behalf. That's part of government. That's the way government should operate. That's the way government has a responsibility to operate. You know, it's interesting when it comes to liability, Mr. Speaker. We've made many international agreements over the last 20 years through the Liberals and the Conservatives, which have guaranteed multinational companies in this country that they will have the right to sue the government if any of the provisions that they enter into when they come into this country for investment purposes are changed through government legislation. They signed agreements internationally that they're under obligations to allow them to sue them, and we've seen many large suits come out of that to date. So here, on the one hand, this government's fine with protecting the opportunities to sue for liability on the part of multinational corporations. Now we come to the citizens under this, the 23,800 citizens of this country that under a due process were given registration for Micmac claims. Now, I'm not saying that all of these people would have a case for damages if they were taken off the list. I'm not saying that they would even bother to do that. I'm saying that they took the time to put the application in. They felt they had a right to be on the list because they put their application in. They were accepted. Many of them would have made decisions about their life and their times based on the decision that was made by that tribunal about their participation in the Micmac membership order. So someone's made a decision. They may have changed their lifestyle. They may have relocated to a different community. They may have established a business that they looked to on an area which could be considered in the future reserve land, where the tax benefits. They might have done one of 100 things that would have put their life in a different direction than previous to the decision that was made by the registration tribunal. So there it is. We have on the one hand a government that's quite willing to sign international agreements to allow multinational corporations to sue us anytime we change a law here in Parliament, and they want to put a law in place to make sure that Mi'kmaq people do not have the opportunity to sue the government for something that they've done wrong to them. What kind of logic is that? What kind of equity is that in the system? Why do citizens of this country have substandard rights than those of large multinational companies? I just find the parallel between these two indicative of the nature of this government and the nature of our country in some respects, because we've been governed by the Liberals and the Conservatives for many years, and they've permitted these types of differentiations to go on. So that's kind of the philosophy here that we're dealing with, and I wanted, as in first reading of any bill, we want to talk, second reading of any bill, we want to talk about what the philosophy is going forward. There it is, folks. That's what's happening here. So what do the Mi'kmaqs think about this? Well, the Mi'kmaq First Nations Assembly was set up actually to try to deal with what's going on with this particular bill and the process of registration. So they're not impressed with the new legislation. I want to quote from the Western Star. This is a newspaper from Atlantic Canada. And I'm sorry, the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nations Act, or C-25, what they say is, while the federal government is saying the bill will be assurance that everyone applying to become members of the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nation will be treated fairly and equitably, they are concerned that the proposed legislation's real purpose is to protect the federal government from being sued by people who feel that they're not being treated fairly or equally. Mr. Hector Pierce is vice chairperson of the Mi'kmaq First Nations Assembly of Newfoundland, a group which was formed to fight for the rights of those who feel that are being wronged in the process of enrollment in the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nations. To quote him, "Once I started reading it, my blood started to boil a little bit," said Pierce after reading the wording of Bill C-25. "We're not shocked, but we're very disappointed with the legislation. The government has put up so many roadblocks to this Halibu registration process that nothing surprises us anymore." So here, not only is he concerned about the bill, but of course he's concerned about the process that was followed earlier. And I think every Canadian would be a little concerned about a process that a government initiated when they thought they were going to get 8,000 applicants, and partway through the process they had exceeded that by 300%. You would think at that time the government would have taken some kind of action to ensure that what they were doing was correct and working in a good fashion. Now that they've received 100,000 applicants, they of course have to do something. They've been forced into it. They realize that, of course, too, that they've created some liability for themselves if they go back and start limiting the nature of registrations. So if you've got 100,000 people that want to get registered, and you've already given 23,000 people in Newfoundland rights of membership in this band, then you've got to go back and say, well, gee, maybe we better change some of these qualifications back here in order that we don't have to put any more of these people into this registration process. So what we're going to see is a backtracking on the registration process. We're going to see some new rules coming in. We're going to see, and remember that this process is subjective. This process was subjective. They said it themselves. They said, well, actually the registration is determined by a person's heritage, but also by their contribution to the community, their contribution to Mi'kmaq society. Hold on a second, that's very subjective. I've seen throughout my time in Northern Canada membership lists that have been fought over on that basis for years and years and years. Those are very difficult and time-consuming and very subjective ways of determining membership. Once you get past the simple idea that if you have the blood heritage of a Mi'kmaq person, then in a relationship with others in the similar location in the country that you have some rights of membership. Once you get past that into this area where you have to show that you've been an active participant in the community, that the community accepts you, somehow those things become very, very subjective and very, very difficult to determine, and very, very much likely to be the case of some dispute, which may lead to liability. So those are things that I think the government ought to realize going forward from here, that they've put themselves into a position where many people are going to be disappointed with the results that come out of this work that's going ahead right now. They've made choices, and those choices are going to come back to haunt them in this whole issue. So that what they want to do, very clearly, is reduce their liability for their mistakes, and to ensure that they can make any choice that they want with those 23,800 people that have already been registered, and the some 70,000 people that have now put their names forward for registration. This is a very difficult issue. We want to take this issue to committee because, of course, we want to actually come to some kind of understanding of what's happened here. Perhaps, you know, that may be part of what can be done. I'm not holding my breath over this. Yeah, breath. Thank you. Because I mean, I saw the action on C-15 where the government made some changes to the MVRMA, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act in the Northwest Territories, which took away constitutionally protected parts of land claims agreements. And what we saw there was a process that now is going to court. And we know that perhaps the lesson that they're learning here is let's take away the opportunity for First Nations people to go to court over things that are inherently their right to do so. It's, you know, land is and ownership is something that people have a right to in this country. And First Nations, through their processes, have a right to land and resources. What we're saying here is that we're going to arbitrarily determine who has a right to that land and resources through this membership process. Now, if you went to private citizens in Canada and said, we're arbitrarily going to determine whether you have a right to the land and resources that you think you do, I think that we'd find that wouldn't sell very well to the rest of Canadians. I think Canadians understand that heritage and the ownership of land through that process of your ancestry, if it hasn't been legally taken away from you, you have some rights to it. And I think this is something that the government has to operate with very carefully. They're taking a very, very strong step towards this limited liability, something that, of course, they would never think of doing for multinational corporations that exist outside the country, but they're quite willing to do for the citizens of Canada. I find this to be an interesting proposition. We're going to take it to committee. We're going to have a chance to give it a good, thorough airing. I hope that the committee, which has a tendency to slow down accepting witnesses with the Conservative majorities we've had. I mean, actually, the committees have been abysmal in their ability to really open up for the type of examination many of these particular issues take. And I give the instance of once again C-15 where 1 day was given to the people of the Northwest Territories in Yellowknife to give their evidence in front of the committee, and 9.5 hours. That was it, and I think that speaks to itself on that regard. Anyhow, hopefully some better heads will come together over this in committee, and that this bill will be given a very, very thorough examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the member's speech. I guess I'm a little unclear, so I'm going to ask fairly carefully. Does he think it's reasonable that 101,000 people would be members of the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nation? Does he think that it is reasonable that 46,000 of those would be received in the last 2 months and that shouldn't raise alarm bells? And does he really think that people that submitted their applications during Phase 1 should be subjected to a different criteria of evaluation than those that were received during the second stage?
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, my reading of it is there's certain people that have been given membership in Mi'kmaq First Nation. And of those 23,800, which was indicated to me by the minister earlier in his conversation, those people now are going to be under some scrutiny to see whether that registration is appropriate. So those people will be being judged. Now, I'm very concerned if there's any change to any of the processes that go forward here for the people, the 23,800 that have already been registered, and of course the other 45,000 people that have come forward, or the 70,000. I'm not too sure of that final figure, but I think it's probably 70,000. I would like to see that they be judged in a similar fashion to the first 23,800. I guess that would be fair. I think quite clearly that the process was not very well thought out in the beginning, and we're ending up in this situation here today as because of that. But what we have to take into account is the rights of the individuals involved, and I think that is of the primary order that we do actually want. And I reference back to my experience with in the Northwest Territories with these membership lists, and viewing the process that goes through that, and when I think of the time it's taken for bands with 500 members to ensure that their membership lists are correct, that they follow a correct order, and this is a very large task in front of everyone to determine that with 100,000 people. There's no question about it. I just want to make sure that those 100,000 people's rights are respected. The ones that have made choices based on their acceptance, 23,800, also be protected. Their rights that they entered into with the government when they applied and were accepted.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague about his experience, for him to be able to share his experience on dealing with important First Nations-related issues at committee, and perhaps the lack of time and focus that important issues receive from this government.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, it's in many cases things that come forward to us in committee. There's a process where the time is limited, where the choices that people have to invite people to speak in front of the committees is very constrained. Opposition parties are only given as many percentage of committee members as the government chooses to take in relationship to their seats in the House of Commons. So right there, the government holds a limiting ability over the number of committee choices on witnesses in front of the committee. Simply by that process, and since this majority government's come into place, we've seen that happen. So it's a game that's played at committee now. It's difficult. The government wants to move this legislation through as quickly as possible in many cases. Witnesses are assigned, as I say, by per capita according to the number of seats in the House, and in relationship to how many that the government chooses to put forward. So that is a very limiting factor.
Questions and comments? Question est commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Western Arctic for his speech and for his interventions on this important issue. I just would like the member to clarify whether his understanding is that there's really two issues at stake here. One is there are a fair number of people who actually disagree with the eligibility criteria because they're not included in it for one reason or another. The criterion relates to people who have a direct association with these particular communities and an ongoing one. So that's one question that's out there politically. The second one, though, is the fairness of the process. And would he agree that what was really necessary here is to ensure that we have a fair and equitable process for all those who have applied, including those who have already been previously accepted?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, I completely agree with the member. There is one other issue, and that is if someone's expectations through the original process were raised and they went into they actually changed their life in any fashion or did something that would have put them at some degree of risk or they had relied on this for some part of their future activities and planned themselves accordingly, that implies some degree of responsibility on the part of the government. And courts are very good at deciding responsibility. That's our system. And I don't like seeing that being taken away, that opportunity being taken away from people to make those choices.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was clear in my speech. I don't know if the honourable member heard it, though, that those 23,877 members who received status in the initial enrollment will continue to receive Indian status benefits until this process is completed, until the appeals process have been exhausted. So we're looking at late 2015. These people have been receiving benefits. They will continue to receive benefits during this phase, even as a result of this bill. However, everyone is aware now. Everyone has essentially been put on notice that there is a new process, that everyone will be evaluated again. So that will give some time to those individuals to, there is no cutting off of benefits right now, which I think might be a concern of the member. Also, the clause 4, which he talked about, the legal clause in the bill about protecting the government. This clause does not prevent individuals from appealing the Enrollment Committee determination, nor does this clause prevent court challenges to the agreement or to the exclusion from the schedule to the Halabu Mi'kmaq First Nation band order. So this is a very limited clause that has been enacted in other pieces of legislation. C-31 on the recent Gender Equity in Indian Registration Act, Bill C-3, was also part of that bill where it said that if you are determined not to be a member of the Halabu band, that is where you do not have the right to seek compensation for that decision. You still have the right to the court process on the actual enrollment order, and I want the member to be very aware of that.
The honourable member for Western Arctic. You have about a minute and a half.
Well, I'm glad that the parliamentary secretary repeated what he said, and I didn't really have a problem with anything that he said. I'm talking about people that over the past 5 years have received notification that they have membership in the Mi'kmaq, the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nations. Now, they may have moved to a different community. They may have reasserted their lifestyle as First Nations. They may have bought houses. They may have set up businesses. Those are the types of things, those choices that have been made by these 23,800 people. And they'll still be making these choices right up until the time when somebody tells them they're no longer a member. So up until that time, they have to live their lives based on the fact that they've now been taken on as members in a First Nation. So those are the types of liabilities that I don't think the government has a right to take that away from individuals, the right to sue government for making mistakes that they suffer for directly.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to rise in this House and speak to Bill C-25, an act to respecting the Halibu Micmac First Nation Band Order. We in the NDP are concerned about the indemnification provisions in this bill and whether or not they will deny anyone the right to further action in being recognized as a member of the Halibu First Nation. I'd like to refer to the work that my colleagues, the MPs for St. John's East and St. John's South Mountain Pearl, have already undertaken on this important issue. They have raised problems with the original agreement in principle creating the landless Halibu First Nation, in that children removed from Micmac families and adopted out would seem to lose all rights to membership under the agreement. We do recognize that the agreement before us is a negotiated agreement with the First Nation, but we are concerned that the Conservatives have once again rushed a process instead of providing certainty. They have created anxiety and concern among all people applying to be part of the Halibu Micmac First Nation. Since the Indian Act separated First Nations into status Indians and those without status, determining the citizenship rights of any person to be part of a First Nation has been a highly charged process. We have indicated that we as the NDP are only offering equivocal support to this bill because we have questions about its provisions, as we know we will only get those answers from witnesses at committee. We've made it very clear that we are concerned when it comes to two areas in particular. One is the membership criteria, and two is the fairness of the process. And just speaking to the point, well, both points, in fact, I do want to refer to some of the coverage that Bill C-25 has received from Mi'kmaq people in Newfoundland itself. And I refer specifically to Mr. Hector Pierce and the Micmac First Nations Assembly of Newfoundland, who have real concerns about Bill C-25. He notes that we're not shocked, but we are very disappointed with the legislation. This government has put up so many roadblocks to this Halibu registration process that nothing surprises us anymore. Mr. Pierce goes on to express not just concern, but refer to possible actions that he and the Mi'kmaq First Nations Assembly of Newfoundland will be taking. And, Mr. Speaker, what we in the NDP have been saying on Bill C-25, but also on other bills that relate to First Nations peoples, is that it's time for this government to learn from the wrongs of the past and recognize that in negotiating with First Nations directly, which is a very important step, that we must respect the importance of fair and fair membership process and a clear understanding that status membership has been an issue that's been very problematic for Indigenous people in this country. I know from my constituency where many First Nations people are proud of their status in their First Nation, of their treaty rights, but are very concerned about the continued existence of their nation, particularly with respect to how their children and their grandchildren will be considered under the Indian Act. We know that Bill C-31 created significant change and allowed for fairness in recognizing the children of Indigenous women or First Nations women, pardon me, who had children with non-Indigenous men to have their status recognized. However, we know that as communities, as people intermarry, as families grow across this country, that there needs to be a continued understanding of Indian status and respecting the Indian status of Indigenous people coming down the line. And this is something that has been raised by First Nations leaders across this country. Now, I recognize that Newfoundland has a very different experience in terms of its entry into Confederation later on, and the recognition of First Nations people that has had a different trajectory than other parts of this country. But that's no excuse not to learn from how First Nations must be worked be partners at the table in making sure that something as important as membership, as status in their community, must be front and center. I also very much share the concern around the process, and I realize that the Mi'kmaq First Nation and their advocates have worked a long time with the federal government to be able to seek recognition. And I want to acknowledge that work because I realize from First Nations leaders in our part of the country how important and how tireless that work can be. But there's nothing more frustrating for First Nations members, for First Nations leaders and advocates than a process that seems rushed and that seems that it hasn't taken into consideration the kinds of key factors that should have been considered all along. I think of First Nations in northern Manitoba that have struggled in terms of ensuring that their land claims are being recognized. That, as I mentioned, their children and grandchildren coming down the line are being recognized as members of that First Nation. I also want to acknowledge that even though some First Nations in our area have had great success in having band membership recognized amongst future generations, the federal government has been slow in equipping those members with their treaty cards. I think of the Peguis First Nation that is the largest First Nation in Manitoba, and about 1,300 people in Peguis are still waiting, or members of the Peguis band are still waiting for their treaty cards from this federal government. So, Mr. Speaker, the process is something that matters to all Canadians, and for First Nations people that have worked far too long on an issue as important as this, it's of utmost importance. I want to acknowledge that we have great hopes that in committee this issue will be dealt with fairly, that we will receive the kinds of answers we need, and that we can make the decision accordingly. Unfortunately, this Conservative government has a pretty dark history when it comes to shepherding legislation through committee on Indigenous issues. We only hope that they will take this issue seriously when it comes to committee, and we will certainly be doing the very same every step of the way. Thank you very much.
It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The member from Churchill will have 10 minutes when this debate resumes for question and answers. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-208, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding of the official languages, standing in the name of Mr. Godin, Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Godin, seconded by Madame Laverdière, moves that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise for the third time to propose Bill C-208 to the House of Commons regarding the fact that justices of the Supreme Court should be bilingual. In passing, as you know, 13 years ago, on February 28th, 2 hours before I made a speech here, I had a grandson named Jonathan who was born. The speech I was making at the time was the Mechanics Tools Act. I thought, well, maybe he'll be able to use that. Well, today, and I wish him a happy birthday, Alexandre Matisse and Liliev, who are my grandchildren, if ever they need the Supreme Court, I hope they can be heard in the language of their choice, which is French. Today, my New Democrat colleagues and I are coming back with my bill, C-208, that seeks to make French-English bilingualism a new condition for the appointment of justices of the Supreme Court of Canada. As you know, this is my third attempt to bring forth this initiative. In 2010, this bill, which was then C-232, was adopted by the House of Commons. To my great disappointment, Conservative senators used their majority in the Senate to block it. The bill, therefore, died on the order paper because of the 2011 elections. The Conservatives have showed on many occasions how contemptuous they are for the official languages by appointing 2 Anglophone unilingual justices to the Supreme Court, as well as a unilingual Auditor General. In the NDP, we think there's a different way of doing things. The NDP is the only party that proposes concrete action to help the official languages flourish. It's thanks to the NDP that the Chamber recently adopted Bill C-419, which corrects the Conservative error by making sure that officers of Parliament be bilingual when they are appointed. It's high time that we make the understanding of both official languages an essential condition for the appointment of justices of the Supreme Court. Access to justice. Let me talk to you about why this bill is important. This is a question of access to justice. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. It's very important that judges can understand both official languages without the help of an interpreter. I have a great deal of respect for the work of interpreters, but we do know that interpretation has its limits. Many lawyers have noted errors or omissions during the interpretation of their pleas before the Supreme Court. I'm thinking notably of Michel Doucet, a professor of law at the University of Moncton, and a former dean of the University of Moncton, and an expert in language rights. He talked about this topic when he appeared before the Official Languages Committee, and I quote, "A week after a plea that I made before the Supreme Court, I had an opportunity to listen to the English version of my plea on CPAC, and I understood why I had lost my case 5-4. The translation did not allow someone to understand what I said. I'm therefore wondering whether the justice who has to listen to a case through a translation which is lacking many essential elements is in a position to fully appreciate all the details of the case. When you win 9-0, it doesn't present a problem. But when you lose 5-4, and then you automatically wonder whether you shouldn't have pleaded in English," unquote. There are many examples of dubious interpretation at the Supreme Court. A lawyer pleading before the Supreme Court mentioned a certain Mr. 5 heures. This was translated by the interpreter as Mr. 5 o'clock. Even the Official Languages Commissioner, Graham Fraser, stated that it was necessary to understand arguments without an intermediary. In June 2009, he told the Justice Committee members, quote, "Given the complexity and exceptional importance of cases heard by this court, a judge should be able to hear arguments that are presented without an intermediary in order to properly understand the legal arguments that are very nuanced and complex," unquote. According to Sébastien Gramond, Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa, I quote, "Interpretation can lead to a lack of precision and the omission of certain key sentences," unquote. This loss of precision also extends to documents submitted by the parties. They are not translated by the court. Unilingual judges have to rely on briefs drafted by court clerks who are often young lawyers with very little legal experience. The presence of unilingual judges at the Supreme Court also poses a problem during in-camera deliberations that are therefore without an interpreter. Francophone judges always have to communicate their opinions, their ideas, and their knowledge in their second language. there is a risk that they will be much less precise. If the justices have a functional mastery of both official languages, everyone could use the language of their choice. The bilingualism of justices is therefore a matter of equality between francophones and anglophones in access to justice, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, the bilingualism of Supreme Court judges ensures the equality of both official languages.
That the Supreme Court has recognized the equality of French and English.
Legislation is drafted in both official languages and both versions are equal. Neither has precedence over the other.
Duality is part of our Canadian identity. We have to embrace it.
Are we talking about a real equality when a francophone appears before the Supreme Court, the highest course in the land? It doesn't exist to reward ambitious judges and lawyers. It exists to render justice to all Canadians.
Is not a right, but having a fair justice, access to the justice, is a right. Remember that the court is there to serve the Canadian, not the interests of the judge. L'enjeu du bilinguisme.
The issue of bilingualism of Supreme Court justices has been debated for many years now. It's the highest court in the land. But people can only be heard through the filter of interpretation. I say no. If we want true equality between both languages in this country, it's important that bilingualism be an essential condition for the appointment of judges to the Supreme Court. The court exists to serve all Canadians. Lastly, my bill ensures that the Supreme Court exists to serve all Canadians, regardless of their first language, be it French or English. The Official Languages Commissioner, Graham Fraser, a Canadian whom I greatly respect, has come out in favor of bilingualism by Supreme Court judges. The Quebec Bar Association has supported this bill for years, and I quote, "The bar has always felt that functional bilingualism must be part of the skills required of a justice of the Supreme Court to ensure equal access to justice." The bar deplores that still today there is no obligation in federal legislation to ensure that the 9 justices sitting on the Supreme Court of Canada master both official languages of this country. Many stakeholders in the official languages field support my bill, such as the Fédération des communautés francophones et acadiennes and its members. And I quote,
"The FCFA maintains that all citizens have the right to be heard and understood in the official language of their choice without the help of an interpreter before the highest court of the country." And finally, several experts in language law have supported my bill, including Sebastian Graman, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Civil Law at the University of Ottawa, Gérard Lévesque, who's a very well-recognized lawyer in this domain, Serge Roussel, professor at the University of Moncton, professor of law, and Michel Doucette, also a professor of law at Moncton University.
Party that proposed concrete measures to advance Canada linguistic duality. En effet, le projet de loi C-400.
We made a BLC 19 on mandatory bilingualism for officers of Parliament, and that was my colleague bill, and it was passed by the Chamber here in 2013. And let us remember that the Quebec Marine Rescue Centre has remained open thanks to the pressure of my colleagues in the New Democratic Party and myself, following the Conservative government's announcement that they intend to close the only Francophone rescue centre in Canada, the only one.
The government has not shown any respect towards our official language. And I want to remind the House that this is the Prime Minister who appointed 2 unilingual judges at the Supreme Court. It's also the Conservative government that has appointed a unilingual Auditor General in the Parliament. Even the minister responsible for the official language is not in favor of my bill. Her riding is Saint Boniface in Manitoba, including thousands of francophones. What an insult to that community. J'en profite aussi.
I also take this opportunity to remind my colleagues across the way that this former bill, my former bill, C-232 at the time, was passed by the House of Commons in 2010. All Conservative members voted against this bill, even those from Quebec and members who had Francophone communities in their ridings, like Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview, and Madawaska, Restigouche. And despite the opposition of the Conservative members, C-232 was passed by the House of Commons, but the Conservative senators, unelected, including several Francophones, blocked the bill until the elections were triggered in 2011. The House of Commons, the elected representatives of the Canadian people, voted to pass this with the majority, and the Senate voted against. So don't tell me that the Senate defends linguistic minorities. In conclusion, I ask the members from all parties to support this bill so that it can finally move forward. It should be sent into committee and studied, and we're asking that the Committee of Justice for Justice study it. We want to ensure that there is equality between our two official languages and equality in access to justice. I particularly am asking Conservative members from Quebec and members with Francophone communities in their ridings, like the member for Madawaska Restigouche, the member for Moncton, Dieppe, Riverview, and the member for Saint Boniface, to pressure their colleagues so that they support my bill. This is the bill on bilingualism for Supreme Court judges. If the Conservatives feel that bilingualism is necessary to become an officer of Parliament, there is no reason why they should not do the same, so that the judges who sit on the highest court of the land.
Justice and equality. C'est une question.
This is an issue of justice and equality, Mr. Speaker. Justice and equality. So how can we have a court like the Supreme Court of Canada when, Mr. Speaker, we can see that the Federal Court of Canada, and this is a right for Canadians, have a right to appear before that court and be heard and understood by the judge in the language of their choice. It's the same thing for the Court of Appeal. This week, Mr. Speaker, I was at the Justice Committee, and the Department of Justice, when I asked the question as to whether there were enough bilingual judges in the country, and Mr. Speaker, I'm asking people to go and look at the blues and the Justice Committee meeting, the department said, yes, it's true, there are. Are there many, I asked. Yes, they said, there are enough. So I look forward to hearing the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice to tell us that there isn't a large enough pool when his own department is clearly telling us in committee that the pool is big. There are enough people. Every province has bilingual judges, he said. So I thank you very much for having listened to me, and I hope that the Conservatives will support my bill and support bilingualism in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed the speech, but he said that he heard at committee that there were many bilingual judges in every province of Canada, but we know that judges for the Supreme Court are chosen on the merit of the basis of merit, and they are judged for their knowledge of law, their aptitude to write and communicate, fairness, and the concern for that, social conscience. And I wonder if he had done a consultation of the bilingual judges in all of the provinces and had asked how they measured up to these criteria. So just being bilingual doesn't mean that you would meet all of those other criteria and go to the Supreme Court. The member for Bathurst. I'd like to thank the member for Moncton Dieppe Riverview for his question. You know, Mr. Speaker, there have been studies that have been carried out, and even the Commissioner of Official Languages, who all Canadians respect, studied this through the Commission, and the pool of judges is big enough. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that I asked the question at Committee of Justice. The members of the representatives, rather, from the Department of Justice and their senior representatives said yes. So when you see that, and you want to be a judge, you have to meet those criteria. So the pool of judges of those who are chosen to go to the Supreme Court are already judges at the level of the federal court. They've already met those criteria. So I wonder, when they're appointing judges to the Supreme Court, of course they're going to have those. I mean, that's what a judge is. So yes. And on top of that, the Department of Justice said to us that there were many. And I made him repeat the answer 2-3 times. I couldn't believe it, because it's against the arguments put forward by the Conservative government. He's seen those same reports from the Department of Justice, my colleague across the way. Questions and comments?
For Charlottetown.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the member for Acadie Bathurst.
In spite of his spirited account of the role of the NDP in defending the rights of bilingualism in this country, he need not be reminded that this bill in its first instance had its genesis in the Liberal Party with Denis Coderre.
But the question I want to ask is one of process. I believe that an institution that is as important as that of the Supreme Court of Canada, and that amendments of this bill really should be in fact, it should be a government bill. It shouldn't be a private member's business. And so it's not his fault that the government hasn't taken this initiative, but I would like to hear his opinion on that point. If he doesn't think that something as important as this should really be an issue that the government is dealing with and not a private member. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be jealous if the government tabled such a bill on the Supreme Court and it would become a government initiative. Yes, and indeed I agree with him, but I would just repeat that Denis Coderre's bill, he who's now the Mayor of Montreal, said that a francophone could arrive at the Supreme Court and be heard in French. But the problem with Denis Coderre's bill is that francophones would have had just a judge sitting there, but anglophones could have had 9 sitting there. That's why Denis Coderre withdrew his bill, because I say all judges of the Supreme Court should speak French. So I think it's clear. I'm not asking for the current judges to be thrown out. They should stay there until they retire at the age of 75, or if they choose to retire beforehand. But I'm talking about future appointments, and I think Canadians need to understand that clearly. This would be future appointments to solve a problem that should have been settled 25 years ago, and they would all come from the Federal Court of Canada in any case. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on second debate of Bill C-208, an act to amend the Supreme Court, understanding the official languages, that the member for Acadie Bathurst has moved. This bill would amend the Supreme Court Act in order to make, as a condition of appointment, that any candidates for a judgeship at the Supreme Court understand French and English without the help of an interpreter. Mr. Speaker, French and English the French and English languages have really fashioned Canadian society. It is at the roots and at the heart of our two linguistic communities.
This is the importance of supporting the development of its official languages minority communities. To that end, in 2008, in June, the government announced a roadmap for Canada's linguistic duality 2008-2013, a government-wide commitment with a budget of $1.1 billion based on 2 pillars. the participation of all in linguistic duality, and the support of official language minorities communities in the priority sectors of justice, health, immigration, economic development, and arts and culture. This initiative has been followed by the Roadmap for Canada's Official Languages 2013-2018, Education, Immigration, and Communications, which provides a renewed investment of $1.1 billion over 5 years, with clear priorities to protect, celebrate, and strengthen our official languages across Canada. One of the roadmap initiatives under the education component is an investment in training, networks, and access to justice. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say at the outset that our government is determined to strengthen the vitality of minorities, English and French language minorities in Canada, by promoting the full recognition and use of English and French in Canadian society. I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that our government is also determined to pursue the tradition of excellence that has characterized the appointment process for judges, and to ensure that our legal system continues to inspire confidence and respect in all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of our legal system and of the measures adopted to facilitate access to justice in one or the other of the official languages. The Supreme Court of Canada is a model of institutional bilingualism, which is in compliance with Parliament's will to have national bilingual institutions. Mr. Speaker, our government will keep its commitment to preserve the equality and neutrality under the law. In order to do so, we propose to continue to be guided by the principles of merit and legal excellence in the selection and appointment process for judges to the superior courts of the provinces, federal courts, and the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, our government has appointed 400 judges to date to sit in various courts of justice in this country. We're proud of having appointed them and these highly qualified lawyers. These appointments incarnate the principles of merit and legal excellence that continue to inspire our decisions as far as appointment of judges are concerned. Merit and legal excellence are the basis of the appointment process for judges. The other criteria are knowledge of the law, judgment, work habits, ability to write and communicate, honesty, integrity, concern for fairness, and a social conscience. Bilingualism also figures among the factors to take into consideration. The government, therefore, takes into account language skills of the candidates and ensures that it offers access to justice in both official languages. We are determined to create a federal legal system that has equal access to justice in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, I would also emphasize that before proceeding to any appointment, we consult the Chief Justice of the court in question in order to know what the court's needs are, particularly in terms of language requirements and abilities. The Chief Justice is perfectly placed to understand the needs of the communities served and identify the particular needs when positions become available. The government also listens to the advice provided by various groups of specialists and individuals when these positions become available. In order to ensure there's a broad pool of candidates that is balanced and equally balanced with bilingual candidates, the government continues to invite lawyers associations and people from Francophone communities to identify and encourage people who have the required skills to submit their candidacy. We don't deny the importance of language skills, particularly when there is a need that has been highlighted. However, the merit remains the most important factor to take into account when the time comes to appoint judges. First and foremost, our government is determined to appoint the best qualified people. We will continue to appoint competent people who are dedicated and adhere to the principles of a gender-balanced court, cultural diversity, and bilingualism. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada plays a fundamental and crucial role in our democratic society, in particular as the ultimate guardian of the values enshrined in our Constitution. As a result, it is important that judges be able to choose the most distinguished jurists and the most competent in the country. That is why we take great care to choose the best candidates as a result of their knowledge and experience, social conscience, and in order to fill the positions available on the court. Justices appointed to the Supreme Court since for the last 130 years have been the best the court could have asked for. They have a remarkable intellectual capacity, a superior aptitude for drafting judgments, innovative thinking in terms of new legal issues, and a great sensitivity to in terms of the diverse values enshrined into the Constitution. All of these qualities are part of the concept of regional representation. It's important that the Supreme Court represent all Canadians. This is the reason why we take this factor into consideration. The eminent constitutionalist Peter HoC described as follows the personal and professional qualities that a Supreme Court justice in Canada must possess. He must be able to resolve difficult legal issues, not just by virtue of technical legal skills, but also with wisdom, fairness, and compassion. He or she must have the energy and discipline to diligently study the materials that are filed in every appeal. He or she must be able to maintain an open mind on every appeal until he has read all the pertinent material and heard from counsel on both sides. She or he must always treat the counsel and the litigants who appear before him with patience and courtesy. He or she must be able to write opinions that are well written and well reasoned. She or he must be able to work cooperatively with his or her 8 colleagues to help produce agreement on unanimous or majority decisions to do his or her share of the writing. Given its quality as the final court of appeal in the country, it is of the greatest importance that our government choose the best qualified jurists from all regions of the country to be appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the passage of Bill C-208 would give more importance to the language considerations than to merit by reducing the pool of candidates who indeed are highly qualified, particularly in the regions of the country where judges are able to hear a case in both languages and where they are more rare than in other areas. In effect, the court already respects the right of Canadians to be heard in the language of their choice. All services at the Supreme Court are available in English and French. Moreover, communications are already done in both official languages. Furthermore, people who wish to make written submissions to the court are free to do so in English or in French. A strong majority of the current judges sitting on the Supreme Court have a mastery of both official languages and are perfectly capable of hearing a case in either language without the help of simultaneous interpretation. The judges of this court also have the possibility of taking language training. Furthermore, they are encouraged to do so. The translation and interpretation services are of a very high quality for hearings before the court. Equally, all judges of the court receive the support of at least one bilingual law clerk. Mr. Speaker, the current requirements of the Supreme Court Act as far as the composition of the court are concerned, as well as the historic use and regional representation, allows us to keep a firm commitment to bilateralism. The actual requirements have shown that we give this great importance to these appointments. However, this factor must not prevail on the merit and excellence of judges from a legal perspective. And it's for all of the above-mentioned reasons that we cannot support Bill C-208 in its actual form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak about the important issue about Canada and its 2 official languages. The French language is important to me. When I was first elected in 2011, I made a commitment to learn French for a number of reasons. First and foremost, I felt that it was important to be able to communicate with constituents in their first language. Charlottetown has a thriving Acadian community. Its cultural and educational hub is le Carrefour de l'Île Saint-Jean. In fact, I look forward to being back at the Carrefour tomorrow night for the annual Richelieu Club fundraiser. Each week while I'm in Ottawa, I take an hour or two to learn and practice my French, and I do likewise when I'm at home in Charlottetown. The experience of learning my second official language has truly been rewarding for me personally. PEI has a rich history of French and Acadian language and culture, and we embrace this richness, knowing that Canada's linguistic duality is very important, and not just a function of law and constitutionality, but the promotion and understanding of French can be a source of unity for all of us. Today we're speaking about the role of the French language within the justice system. The bill before the House is a legislative measure that is driven, I surmise, by the great sense of pride of the member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member sits in another caucus, and although I cannot hold that against him, I admire his passion and his fundamental commitment to Canada's two official languages, and his determination to ensure greater institutional bilingualism as it relates to the courts. The member should know that he is well respected by all sides in this House. Now, on to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Supreme Court Act by introducing a new requirement for judges appointed to the Supreme Court to understand English and French without the assistance of an interpreter. Now, some members in the House will know that this effort to amend the Supreme Court of Canada Act has been before the House of Commons over a number of parliaments, including a similar bill presented by our former colleague, the Honourable Denis Coderre, now Mayor of Montreal. I will support this bill going to second reading, albeit with some minor cautions and concern, to which I will return in a moment. I believe as well that my colleague from Saint-Laurent-Cartierville is in support of this effort, which to me reinforces that this bill is worthy of review and support at second reading. I invite my conservative colleagues across the way to support this bill so that it can proceed to committee, where it would undoubtedly get a full hearing on its merits, on its shortcomings, and where it will afford members of the Justice Committee the opportunity to hear from experts. I do want to say that I have significant hesitation about the use of private members' bills to amend legislation of such importance. Allow me to give you an example of what I mean. The Criminal Code of Canada is legislation of great significance, ranking high in its relevancy to the everyday life of Canadians. It is, in my view, that a code not to be tinkered with at the whim of a frustrated backbencher looking to score political points in his or her riding, or even worse, his leader. This important legislation, the Criminal Code, has, regrettably, been deformed by a series of private members' bills emanating from the Conservative backbench. These private members' bills are primarily used to fundraise, allowing Conservatives to appear tough on crime, all the while ignoring evidence and facts. The Criminal Code, to Conservatives, is merely a mechanism to raise money from people who don't much like facts and evidence, and who simply believe that revenge is the only form of justice. The frequent use of private members' bills on matters of criminal law has made the code, in some respects, incoherent. it is inappropriate to tinker around the edges unless, of course, the goal is to change the code incrementally with the support of the Minister of Justice, who perhaps would rather use private members' bills, as they do not require the Normer Charter compliance, which is required of government legislation. Now, I say this because the Supreme Court of Canada Act is also a piece of legislation that should be of elevated importance, of the influence of the court on all of our institutions.
General, with the use of a private member's bill for what should be in the bailiwick of a government acting in consultation and in agreement on matters of such great national importance. These statutes should only be amended in circumstances that are of national significance and for which its implications are particularly meaningful to the whole of the country. Ideally, these types of changes should be driven by government acting in a coordinated manner and in the national interest. The honourable member from Acadie-Bathurst would surely agree with me that the constant tinkering with the criminal code, as an example, for purely partisan reasons, is not the ideal. I have similar concerns with respect to the Supreme Court of Canada Act. We should not, in normal circumstances, change such an important piece of legislation by means of a private member's bill. And again, I say this knowing that one of my former colleagues, now the Mayor of Montreal, was one of the first to suggest changes to the Supreme Court of Canada Act that are now before the House. We do not, however, operate in normal circumstances. I do not believe that we have a government that acts consistently in the national interest. And I do not think that we have a properly functioning democracy. We see this every day in the House, where Conservative members read scripts attacking others, heckle and shout at members when they speak, and generally operate on the principle of division and negativity. And my assertion is merely confirmed with their new Unfair Elections Act, which is a transparent attempt by Conservatives to game the system for political advantage. We have, as Bob Ray rightly suggested, elected a motorcycle gang in Ottawa, a group that will do and say anything to win. So in normal times, Mr. Speaker, when matters regarding the appointment of a Supreme Court Justice arise, we would be assured that the process would unfold in a manner that was inclusive and meaningful. Canadians also expect that matters related to the Supreme Court be treated in a non-political way, and we expect appointments to be made to ensure a proper linguistic, gender, and regional balance as part of the process. Again, these are not normal times. We are reminded of the actions of the current Minister of Justice who botched the appointment of Justice Nadeau, an individual who was well respected and a capable jurist, someone who served on the federal court with honour. Justice Nadeau endured public scrutiny and no doubt unwelcome attention simply because the current government mishandled the Supreme Court process. Moreover, in order to fix the mishandling of the appointment of Justice Nadeau, they treated the Supreme Court of Canada Act with disdain, tacking on an amendment to the Supreme Court of Canada Act as part of a large budget omnibus bill. Such is the extent of the government's lack of respect for the court and for process. This approach to the Supreme Court of Canada Act is completely at odds with how we should treat legislation of such significance. We should change the court's enabling legislation only when absolutely necessary and not at the demand of a backbench MP, whether they're from the opposition party or a government MP. And that is my primary concern with this bill. It relates not to the substance necessarily, but rather that we find ourselves with a government uninterested in dealing with the issue themselves, and to do so knowing that the issues around French language and linguistic duality are important and meaningful. Let me close by again complimenting the member from Acadie-Bathurst for his effort. I hope that the honourable member will be open to answering some questions that I have on the substance of the bill when hopefully it makes its way to the committee. That will, of course, require the Conservatives to do the right thing in the current context and allow the bill to go to a proper hearing. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a great privilege for me to co-sponsor and speak to the bill, standing in the name of my colleague and my friend, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, which calls for all Supreme Court judges to be bilingual. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill goes to the heart of our democracy, because democracy is fundamentally, among other things, but one of the fundamental aspects of our democracy is equal access to justice for all. And to ensure that everyone, without exception, has equal access, judges of the Supreme Court, the highest tribunal in the land, the court of last resort, must be composed of judges who can hear arguments and read documents relating to a case, without the assistance of an interpreter or translator. Now, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, I have the greatest of respect for interpreters who do, to my mind, one of the most difficult jobs, listening in one ear and translating. And I myself worked as a translator at one point, but even translators who will say that it's a bit of an art, it's not a precise science. And there are some examples of that, Mr. Speaker. Michel Doucet, professor of law at the University of Moncton, who's a specialist in linguistic law, who at one point appeared before the Supreme Court, and a few weeks later, he heard his own remarks that he'd made in French on CPAC in English, and here's what he said. With the translation, I couldn't understand my own remarks. So I wonder if a judge who has to listen to arguments on a case through interpretation, when elements are missing, can truly appreciate the issue. When we win a case at 9-0, but if it's a 5-4 decision, we automatically wonder if we shouldn't perhaps have spoken English. Mr. Speaker, this is a question of principle. Laws of Canada aren't written in one language and translated into the other. They're drafted in parallel in both official languages, and neither version takes precedence over the other. So, Supreme Court justices must be in a position to hear francophones in their language, read legislation in that language, and understand the civil law tradition from Quebec. Now, in the NDP, we're not the only ones to feel this way. The Commissioner of Official Languages, Graham Fraser, has spoken out in favor of bilingual Supreme Court judges on several occasions. In 2012, 2013, he tabled a report. He said, and I quote, "My mandate was also marked by what I would call clear failures. For example, the government did not recognize the importance of bilingual judges at the Supreme Court. I supported Bill C-232, which aimed to amend the Supreme Court of Canada Act, because I strongly believe that all people appearing before the Supreme Court should be entitled to be heard and understood by all judges in both official languages without the assistance of an interpreter." Now, the same thing came from the Quebec Bar Association, Mr. Speaker, which has on many occasions iterated its support for bilingual judges. And I quote to the Quebec Bar, "Bilingualism must be part of the required skills for a Supreme Court justice in order to ensure equal access to justice, and the position of the Quebec Bar in this regard is clear." Now, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned Bill C-232. I know that the Quebec Bar reiterated its support for bilingualism on the benches of the Supreme Court, because this isn't the first time that we've discussed the issue. In 2008, my colleague, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, put forth Bill C-232, a bill that was similar to this one, focusing on Supreme Court justices being bilingual, and there was a battle. Now, I didn't have the honor of representing Laurier Sainte-Marie at that time. There was a minority government, and in 2010, this House, despite the lack of agreement on the Conservative benches, including Conservative members from Quebec or from certain ridings with significant Francophone populations, despite their disagreement, the House adopted the bill. What happened? It was sent to the Senate, and what happened to it in the Senate? The senators defeated the bill. And I need to open this point as an aside, Mr. Speaker, because each time I think about that situation and similar ones, it bothers me a great deal. Democratically elected representatives adopt a bill, and the Senate, which is appointed, not democratically elected, allows itself to overturn a bill agreed to by the House of Commons for purely partisan reasons, Mr. Speaker. It's as fundamental an issue as access to justice for all. That is unacceptable, and another good reason to abolish the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate, which is supposed to be representing the regions. I don't know how it's representing Quebec and other regions, or how it was representing Quebec and the other regions where there are a number of Francophones. I don't know. But in conclusion, or to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that this bill is along the same lines as the one presented by the member for Louise Saint-Laurent, dealing with the bilingualism of officers of Parliament. And I must say that I'm very proud to be a member of the only party in this House where we take tangible steps to protect and promote official languages. This protection and promotion of official languages goes beyond the strict issue of Supreme Court justices. For someone to be a senior official in the Canadian system, if we tell them, oh, you don't need to be bilingual, it doesn't matter if you're unilingual, well then how can we encourage young people across the country to learn Canada's second language? It's a disincentive rather than the opposite. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with this bill based on what I've heard to date from the other side of the House. I'm very concerned, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this isn't the first attempt to ensure that Supreme Court judges will be bilingual. And if it doesn't get through this time, as my colleague, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, said, in 2015, when we form government, it will be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride that I rise today to speak to Bill C-208 in the name of my colleague, the member for Acadie-Bathurst. I know just how important official languages are for him, as it is for the vast majority of Francophones across the country, myself included.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for having tabled his bill again and thank him for all the passion with which he defends our mother tongue and that of official language minorities across the country. This bill amends the Supreme Court Act by creating a new condition for the appointment of justices to the highest court in the land, the obligation of understanding both official languages without the help of an interpreter. For the NDP, this is first and foremost a question of equality. Equality in the access to justice and equality of both official languages in this country. The NDP is the only party to propose concrete measures to promote and protect the equality of both official languages of Canada and proposing initiatives to promote the flourishing of minority language communities. Not only is this the third attempt by the member for Acadie-Bathurst to have this accepted in principle by Parliament, but it's also in line with Bill C-419 by my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent on the bilingualism of officers of Parliament, which received royal assent last June. I want to congratulate my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent for this unprecedented victory and for her hard work on this file. I hope that in keeping with that logic, Conservative members have finally understood the importance of protecting linguistic rights and that they will support this important bill despite what we've heard so far today. So it's the third time that my colleague for Acadie-Bathurst tables this bill since June 2008. The last time it was debated in the Commons, it was passed by members on March 31st, 2010. How come we're debating it again today? Well, the answer is quite simple, but troubling. Unelected senators who are not representative and not accountable from the Conservative caucus blocked it for a full year until the election was called in March 2011. Therefore, Bill C-232 died on the order paper. One more reason to abolish this archaic and undemocratic institution. So for all those who are saying that senators serve the linguistic minority of Canada, well, we'll see about that. One important fact is that when C-232 was adopted in the Commons in May 2010, we were in a minority government situation, and all Conservative members, including Francophones, voted against it. This is shameful. But since the opposition voted in favor of the bill, it was adopted by this House nonetheless. Don't have to have an oil painting to show you that somebody had gotten a call from the Prime Minister's office so that friends in the other place do everything in their power to put spokes in the wheels of the democratic will of this House that is made up of elected representatives of the Canadian people. So we're going to try one more time. Mr. Speaker, many people and groups came out in favor of the amendment of the Supreme Court Act as proposed by Bill C-208. Graham Fraser, the Official Languages Commissioner, is part of this group. During the tabling of his annual report on November 7, 2013, he said this, and I quote, "My mandate was marked by some obvious failures. For instance, the government did not recognize the importance of having bilingual judges on the Supreme Court. I supported Bill C-232 that sought to amend the Supreme Court Act because I firmly believe that any person appearing before the Supreme Court should have the right to be heard and understood by all judges in both official languages without the help of an interpreter." Other stakeholders, such as the Quebec Bar Association, the Fédération des Communautés Francophones et Acadiennes, the Federation of Common Law of French Lawyers, the Association of French Lawyers in New Brunswick, and Sébastien Gramont, Dean of the Faculty of Civil Law at the University of Ottawa, came out in favor of my colleague's bill. All this to say that it's a matter of equality and access to justice, and they all underscored the importance of being understood in the official language of one's choice by the highest court in the land without a third party, that is, an interpreter, which could lead to interpretations that are not in keeping with what's truly said. As a Quebecer, I'd also say that it's particularly important for my fellow citizens that the highest court in the land be in a position to understand both our national language and our civil law system. Statements made by opponents of this bill concern me a great deal. Some believe that the condition of mastering both official languages without an interpreter may be an obstacle to appointing the best people for the job, those who are most deserving. that argument say that there aren't enough bilingual judges that are sufficiently qualified to be Supreme Court judges. This is totally erroneous. A study conducted in 2011 by Professors Marc Power and Sébastien Gramont showed that even if we exclude Quebec, 25% of the 124 judges who sit on provincial courts of appeal or the Federal Court of Appeal can hear a case in French without an interpreter. And yet we can't find a sufficiently deserving jurist to sit on the Supreme Court in that group. We believe that all skills are required to sit on the Supreme Court, including understanding both official languages of this country. Across the floor, in addition to having voted against C-232, the Conservative government appointed Mr. Justices Moldaver and Rothstein, who are both unilingual. I don't know if this is partisanship or contempt for Francophones, but it's clearly unacceptable. Not just to us, but for all Francophones in the country, be they Quebecers or members of a minority Francophone community. Even the new Minister of Canadian Heritage added to this by stating, and I quote, "The appointment of bilingual justices to the Supreme Court is not essential," unquote. As Chantal Hébert said in an article in L'Actualité in April 2010 entitled Bilingualism, the Supreme Court for Dummies, and I quote, "The fact is that by refusing to make the ability to function in both official language a criterion for the selection of Supreme Court justices, we are instauring de facto English as the main language of an institution that is central to Canadian public life." Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister had not been able to address Canadians in both official languages, and if he had not rectified the situation at the right time, he would never have been elected Prime Minister. Well, that might have been better for the country, but we can discuss that in the next campaign. The same is true for the Minister of Industry and for the Minister of Employment and Social Development, who are both apparently in the fore to replace the Prime Minister when he loses the 2015 election. I hear recriminations from colleagues opposite who say that a unilingual Francophone could just as easily be appointed to the Supreme Court. My answer to that is simple. In over 145 years, Mr. Speaker, that has never happened. We have never had a Supreme Court justice who only speaks and understands French in the highest court in the land. Never.
Did we nominate a French unilingual judge at the Supreme Court of Canada? Never. At this point, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address my colleagues who need interpretation to understand what I've been saying in my mother tongue. 1. The laws of this country are not written in English and then translated. They are written simultaneously and independently in both languages. 2. The Supreme Court of Canada is the very last legal recourse a person has. 3. As highly qualified as interpreters are, and here I'd like to salute the House of Commons interpreters for their very difficult and very professional work, but every language has its subtleties, particularly legalese. Let me give you an example. At an event recently, someone used the phrase invité de marque, which I would translate as important visitors or VIPs. It was translated as Mark's guests. Invité de marque, Mark's guests. That type of mistake, which completely changes the meaning of the sentence, could be costly in a court of law, particularly when it is your last recourse. My
conservative colleagues from Quebec, I hope that this time they will listen to reason and remember where they come from. They've already demonstrated in the bill on bilingualism for officers of Parliament that it's possible to work together to see the official languages of Canada progress. It is possible to do the same with bilingualism for the Supreme Court justices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude.
The period for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24 sub 1.